How you doing? I hope you're all having a good day. Very relaxing day for me, oh my goodness. I didn't go to physio today. Um, I'm going next Monday. I've decided to go from every week to every 2 weeks. Um, so yeah, mostly chill day, just doing housework, doing some stuff for my Etsy shop drop and a bunch of stuff like that. And now we're going to do, hi Jake, we're going to do, hi Jake again, we're gonna do some commission work today. So, some of you might remember this. I sketched this on stream maybe like 2 weeks ago. And I finally got the approval from the person who commissioned it. So we're just gonna do some line art today, and it's gonna be really, really chill. Alright, the vibes, we do be chillin'. We're probably gonna spend the whole stream doing this because my line art, I still don't have a custom brush for it, so I do it all manually, and it takes fucking years. But it'll look great, so this is just what we're gonna do today. Hi Rogue, how you doing? What's up? Now, we have a lot of time together today. I don't know why I decided to word it like that. That makes me sound really ominous. And I discovered something really interesting. Actually, I think it happened last time I was working on this art commission. I mentioned an animator that I used to really, really enjoy, known as Animated James. And I was like, man, I miss Animated James, and we got to talking about his work a little bit. And I was gonna put on a video, like, going over the history of Animated James, but we ended up choosing not to. I discovered something really, really interesting today, actually. Earlier today, while I was working on a different project. So, apparently, in 2023, Animated James actually made a return. He actually had a comeback. It wasn't on the Animated James account though. He made a new account called, oh, what was it? I think I still have it open actually. Inept Outcast is the channel that he used. I just finished my Baldur's Gate 3 campaign with my brother and we ran into a problem, so I uninstalled and I'm reinstalling it. Oh, you always have really weird, like, bugs and issues with Baldur's Gate. It's so weird. Almost every time you mention Baldur's Gate, you're like, oh yeah, we ran into a problem.
I want waffle fries.
Hello, I don't have waffle fries, I'm sorry, but I've got gossip. I've got gossip. So, yeah, so this animator that I loved in high school, Animated James. No, trust me, I won't stop. No, I promise, you will love this gossip, I swear. I promise you will love this gossip. So, in high school, there was an animator that I loved named Animated James. He had like, I think 2 animated pilots under his belt. Granted, the shows never went anywhere, but he made 2 animated pilots. He was really big in the Sonic and Brony communities. He was also like a musician. He was a one-man show, basically. Like, he always wrote, produced, and like animated all of his projects himself, and he also voice acted multiple characters, and he was really cool. I really liked him. He vanished years ago. I don't remember exactly what year, but it was a really, really long time ago. He disappeared from the internet because his like fetish content stuff got found. I think that's why he disappeared. That's what I heard. Basically, he had a really, really big, like, fart fetish, and he made an alt account for it, but people found it, and they were having a go at him because of, like, the kind of characters he would draw, doing this, like, weird fart stuff, which, I'm gonna be so fucking for real, I don't really care, you know? If that's correct and he got bullied off the internet because of a fart fetish, I think that's really sad. Obviously, it's not my thing, I don't like it, but like, the internet was a different time back then, and back then it was considered appropriate to like kink shame people like that. I think that's why he left. I could be wrong. I heard some like weird racist stuff. Like apparently he said something about being a white guy in a black man's body. I don't know anything about that. But yeah, he left the internet a really, really long time ago. It was also like his mental state. He had a lot of like depression because he could get like pilot episodes off the ground, but he could never really get his series or like his projects past that first episode. And so he felt like a bit of a failure as a creator and a whole bunch of stuff laid on top of each other, right? So he disappeared without a trace. He said he was kind of done with the internet, so to speak. I discovered literally this morning that in 2023, he actually came back. And he came back under a different name, the Inept Outcast. And I don't think he was trying to hide that he was Animated James, from what I could tell. Unfortunately, I found out that he was back, and I went to, I searched up the name Inept Outcast, and unfortunately all of the new social medias are gone. He's completely wiped it. Apparently he's decided to disappear again, and he says he's not ready to return to the internet, which is unfortunate, because now all of his Inept Outcast stuff is gone. And yeah, he did really well going quote-unquote undercover for a long time. No one really knew that it was James for a hot minute until he did this Has Been Hotel video. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was very, very reminiscent of a Brony fandom video he made on his original account, and that's kind of when people started putting two and two together and realizing that it was him. And they kept bringing up his past, the stuff that he did as Animated James, and the fart fetish stuff, and a bunch of other stuff, and James just couldn't take it, and apparently he left. Apparently he's shut down his YouTube channels and stuff, but his Twitter page still exists. I remember when he showed back up, good times while it lasted. I wish I knew about it back in 2023. I wish I knew about it so that I could see what he was up to, because that would have been really cool. But no, he's disappeared again, unfortunately. Apparently the Twitter page is still up, and he's still taking commissions. I think his newest post, I still have his Twitter page open. His newest post was the 8th of March. So he's still active on his Twitter account, but the problem with his Twitter account, the thing that makes me really sad at least, is that all he does now is fetish content, specifically the butt. I can't show any of it. Well, I mean, I could show some of it, but there's a lot of it that I can't show, because literally all he does is draw women's ass all day, every day. And it makes me really sad, because there was so much creative stuff that he was doing, so much really, really cool, ambitious stuff that he was doing back when I was in high school, and I really liked watching and seeing what he would come up with next, because like I said, he wasn't just an artist, he was an animator, he was a writer, he did a lot of voice acting, he wrote and produced his own music for his series. It was really cool. So to see it kind of boil down to just draw big butt over and over and over and over and over again, I don't know, it made me really sad to see, chat. He was working on some projects from what I remember. I don't remember what they are. He was working on a musical. Well, he wrote a song. Hang on, I think it's on the Twitter page. I think his Newgrounds page is still up. But he was working on an original song a while ago. Let me see if I can find the thumbnail in between all of these ass cheeks. Yeah. It was called, he wrote a song called Self-Love the Musical. And he wrote the song, and he was working on an animated music video for it, but apparently the music video never went anywhere because he would live stream himself working on the music video, and people would keep bringing up his past history in the live streams, and he just couldn't take it. So that's really sad. Ew, Skinner, thank you. I love that, I didn't even get to see that bot. I was like, what are they saying? But there you go. Thank you, Skinner. And to answer your question, this is animated James. I know it was either last week or the week before. I think it was the week before because I remember also working on this specific commission. We were talking about animated James and how he just kind of disappeared one day because people started bullying him for his fetish content. TLDR, apparently in 2023, he came back. People didn't know it was him until he made a Has-Been Hotel fan animation. And then once people realized it was him, they started, like, bullying him and picking on him for, like, stuff he did in his past again. And now he's completely disappeared again, except for his Twitter page. And his Twitter page is literally just drawing girls' butts. And it makes me sad, because I miss his original content. But yeah, I discovered that literally this morning, and while it does make me sad to think about, it is kind of neat to know that he did make a return, and even though he's not on YouTube and all he's doing is drawing girls' butts, he is still out there. Because, like, I don't know, he was really cool. I looked up to his stuff a lot when I was in high school, and like when I first was like, oh yeah, animation's what I want to do, like animated James was like a big part of that. I'm fighting the urge to make a really stupid joke here. Why are you fighting the urge? Make the joke. Do it. What are you, scared? Say the thing. Do it. I dare you. So what you're saying is he likes big butts and he cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. I swear to God it is. And like, I can't just open the Twitter page and scroll through it because most of it's fine. It's just fully clothed girls with like really big butts. Sometimes their butts are so big that like what they're wearing is like ripping, and sometimes they're straight up spreading their ass cheeks and you can see their butthole. So I cannot show it. I can't show any of it, but just because I don't know like when I scroll down what the next picture is gonna be. What I will say is that the artwork itself looks good. He's got a really, really good understanding of shape language now, and it looks really nice. It's just a shame that this is the only thing that he's making now, because whenever he tried to do something, he was just like bullied, you know? I miss his original stuff, and I know we'll probably never get it again, but, you know, we still have the old stuff that he made. What happened to Awen? He made a terrible joke that Skinner didn't like, and Skinner is a mod that is mad with power. As soon as you remind her that she has the ability to, like, time people out, she goes nuts. Ruling my chat with an iron fist. Watch out for that one. It's all just a funny haha, though. Where everyone in chat's in on it, I would hope. I don't ban them, I just... Yeah, you just put them in time. I saw you only timed it out for like 10 seconds. You know what? No. Now that it's on the forefront of my brain, I'm gonna find the most safe for work drawing of his, and I'm gonna show you. He's got a good, really, really good understanding of shape language now, but like... Sorry, as I was scrolling up, I saw a picture that I didn't see the first time I opened his Twitter, and I absolutely cannot show it on stream, but it's really funny. Let's see. There was an Amy Rose picture he drew where she was like fully clothed that I really liked. Like, okay, here. I'll only show you the first 2 images because in the 3rd image she's fucking naked and I'm not allowed to show that. But this is what he's been up to. Oh my god, hey, Ari Coyote, what's up? I'm about to show what animated James has been up to. So as you can see, like, his art style has changed a lot from when he was last around. His line work is a lot cleaner. It's still kind of sketchy, but it's a lot cleaner. The way he shades is a lot cleaner. It just looks really, really good, right? He's got a really good understanding of shape language. Like, look at this. I love how beefy he made her arms, right? The next picture is safe for work, so that's fine. But look at her. See what I mean, though? He's really, really accentuates the butts now. This is just what he does. Like, almost, if not every single one of his pieces, like, has a massive emphasis on the booty cheeks. But her face is adorable, you know what I mean? Like, his art style has changed so much since the last time he was, like, publicly making work, and it's really nice. I really like it. I just wish it wasn't all pornographic in nature. That hammer takes some hump. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So that was my, like, interesting little tidbit thing that I learned today. Other than that, just like standard, you know, working on projects, working on comms. I'm waiting with very, very bated breath for, a specific someone. I don't think I'm comfortable revealing who yet, to message me back about my next really, really big thing. I'm really, really hoping that everything goes well and I'll be able to tell you guys within the next week or so, but if not, unfortunately, it's something that I'd have to keep to myself for at least a few months, so I'm like, ugh. I really want to share. You know what? My wife told me I had a bad sense of directions. Made me so mad I packed my bags and right. You're not making it any better for yourself. You're not making it any better for yourself. If you're not careful, you're gonna get timed out for another 10 minutes. You're gonna get put back in the naughty corner. There we go. Skinner was also, actually, right before the stream started, she was saying that there was a controversy around a certain, like, plush toy brand. No, you like that one? Okay, good. Okay. You're safe for now. Yeah, do you know what that was about? What did you learn today, Skinner? What was,
This place looks like a deserted mine of some kind.
Is that an ad?
Most of it's underwater now.
No, it's not an ad. For a second I thought there was an ad playing on in my free lo-fi. My free ad-free lo-fi. I passed the charisma check. Be careful, she's quite temperamental with that ban button. Not the ban button, the timeout button. I don't think Skinner's ever actually banned anyone. But yeah, there was a plushie company that they were talking about in my Discord server. !Discord if you want to join. But yeah, apparently there's like a plushie company that's like under a lot of controversy at the moment. Something about the way they design their plushes. I don't remember. I had a look at the website and the plushies looked really cute, but oops, there we go. I think my drawing tablet's getting old, guys. Well, I mean, I got my tablet in 2018, so my tablet is pretty old now. It's like 7 years old. Plushie dreadful. From what I know, some people from a certain health and disability group don't think the plush meant to represent them is accurate, and the owner called bisexuality a phase. But I had like 10 minutes of research. Oh, okay. But like from what I saw in their store, they sell like bisexual like things as like part of their Pride collection. Ooh, that's a doozy. And like, I'm not gonna lie, for some people, bisexuality, for some people, bisexuality is kind of like a phase or a transition period into them realizing that they're gay, or like realizing that they were straight all along. That doesn't mean that it's not a valid sexuality. It's just there is like a tiny portion of people who it was kind of a phase or a transition period. And so I want to give benefit of the doubt, or pan, that's true, or pan. I always forget the pansexuals, I'm sorry. So I want to give benefit of the doubt and say that maybe they're saying that because they had their own bisexual phase. And so they're like, oh, you know, that must be what it's like for everyone, which it's not. but I want to give, like, maybe they're just a little bit ignorant, you know? We'd have to research that one a little bit more. As for the plushies, as for, like, people with that disability not being represented or not feeling represented by the plushies made for them, that one's kind of a hit or miss, because when you make plushies to represent a certain disability or a certain, like, group of people, there is no way in hell that you're going to be able to please everybody. It's a really difficult thing to do, to please everybody in a community. Yeah, he said the bisexuality phase of buying it, and now it's not... Wait. He said the bisexuality phase of buying it, and now it's not being as bought anymore, but there's a screenshot on Reddit. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like a he said, she said thing about the bisexuality, and all there is a single screenshot. Okay, that makes sense. That's so weird. I hate when people let their weirdness, let's call it that, affect their business. And maybe I'm a bit hypocritical, because, you know, I run my own Etsy shop, I take commissions, and I kind of, like, put who I am out there, so maybe I'm hypocritical for letting my weirdness impact my business, but it's just so strange, you know? Like, if I made pride pins, which I've been planning to for a really long time, but the design that I want to make, a lot of people don't like, so oops. But if I made pride pins and then I didn't make bisexual ones, and then when people asked me about it, I was like, oh, because bisexuality is just a phase. Like, that's such a fucking bizarro thing to do, you know? Get rid of this. Alright, there we go. Dog's coming along nicely. Pride snooze? Yeah, I've been thinking about it, actually. I've been thinking about it because snooze can realistically be anything. I'm planning on doing, like, future, like, little batches of snooze, like, all with different themes. I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna do, like, a disability-themed snooze before I do pride-themed snooze. But I don't know, we'll see what happens, At the moment, all snooze have is a little sticker pack of, like, Dewdrop, who is my store's mascot. But you'll be seeing more snooze really soon. I'm working on a really big shop update. My shop hasn't been updated since, I think December? Before I went on my holiday. Maybe January, I don't remember. So it's been a little while, but I'm working on a really big update, and snooze are going to be part of that update. Can't do this correctly. It wants to come like...
And then there is me.
Yes, and then there's you. You're special. You will be getting your own little merch, Rocha, I promise. Rocha is definitely getting something. The thing is, I will probably try and blend his, like, Twitch chat personality with the personality of, like, that I've built for him. Just as, like, a little homage to the Rocha that we've made together, chat. Oh no. Yeah. I think it's gonna be splendid. I sent a link to the screenshots in the Discord. Okay. This is still that, what were they called again? Dreadful Bunny, I think you said. Where are they? Oh, here. Okay, so this... I'm guessing this American McGee is the creator of this Dreadful Bunny, or whatever it was called. Plushy Dreadfuls, sorry. He says, well, apparently Pan was a phase people went through. It was selling like crazy. We ordered a bunch in response of those sales, and then poof, people lost interest in being Pan, and the sales dropped to nearly zero. Someone replies, maybe all the Pan people wanted a Pan bun who wanted a Pan bun got theirs, and now there's just less of a need due to being fulfilled. Calling people's identity a phase is largely common but offensive statement. And then it keeps going. McGee says, I call it a phase because it was trending hugely on TikTok for a while, and now it's not. Not to come at me like, do not come at me like that. I will just straight up ban you. Thanks, Drive, though please. I have zero patience for Discord nonsense these days. And then he continues to say, oh, it's cut off, but it says, I'm not here to be attacked or messed with in any way. This whole place and these attitudes stress me out beyond belief. How about don't start from a place that assumes such things need to be said? Okay. If that's what he was saying, then I actually understand where he's coming from. He's not calling pansexuality in and of itself a phase. He's not calling the pansexual identity itself a phase. He's saying that there was a time where, like, it was super, super trendy and cool to create merch for pansexuality, because a lot of people were starting to, like, I think this is when pansexuality first really, really became a thing. And obviously, because people finally found a label they wanted to identify with, they wanted a bunch of, like, merch and stuff to correlate with that. I honestly don't think he's calling the sexuality itself a phase. I think he's calling the market trend of buying pansexual stuff a phase. He's talking about it from a cost of sales point of view. He's not talking about it from, like, a, you know, I don't know. I think that screenshot has been taken out of context a lot. I think he's strictly talking from a business perspective in terms of, like, what's been selling and what's not been selling. To me, I think he meant the buy phase. Yeah, exactly. Dude could have gotten away with it if he said it was a sales phase. Yeah, literally, because I think that's what he's talking about. I think he's literally just talking about the sales trends. Because I've had that happen to me too. Not necessarily with, like, Pride merch, because I haven't made Pride merch yet. But I've had it happen to me with, like, for example, my Year of Shadow the Hedgehog keyring, which has been out of stock for, like, 3 months, that I'm finally gonna get restocked soon, right? When I first got my Year of Shadow the Hedgehog keyring, I got so hype, and, like, fucking nobody bought it for ages. And I was like, okay, cool, it's fine, it's whatever. And then it wasn't until, like, after Sonic and Shadow Generations had, like, actually officially come out that all of a sudden it was super, super trendy and super cool. Like, it was a market phase for Shadow the Hedgehog. All of my Shadow the Hedgehog stuff at the last convention that I went to sold out within, like, an hour, right? And so I think that's what he's talking about. He's talking about market trends and what people are and are not willing to spend money on. He's not talking about the sexuality itself. And I think that's really kind of bad faith to, like, twist it and say, like, oh, he's calling pansexuality a phase, because I really don't think he is there. If he comes out and says, hey, I apologize about what I said, I meant specifically sales phase. I reckon if he came out and he said, look, I'm really, really sorry that the things that I said have hurt the pansexual community. I just want people to know that their sexuality and their identity is valid, and it was poor wording on my part. I was specifically talking about sales trends. I didn't mean to, like, you know, dehumanize people or, like, you know, make them feel their identity is not valid. I think all would be fine. But at the same time, I don't think what he said should have been taken out of context in the first place. I don't know if I told you, but you're a comfort streamer. It doesn't help that I have to stay up late to watch you. Don't worry, sometimes I genuinely just wait for you to go live. Aw, that's so sweet. I don't think I've been called a comfort streamer before. I will have you know that if you do happen to miss any of the streams, all of the unedited VODs go up on the YouTube channel, Silvertree Twitch. So you don't have to stay up to watch the live experience because the VODs will, like, the VODs go up pretty regularly. Obviously I'd, like, make sure you get enough sleep and, like, you know, eat and drink and all of that good stuff. We're not going anywhere. We'll be here when you get back, just maybe not in live format, that's all. Jake has a valid point. In the live experience, you can throw shit at me. Thank you, Jake. Sorry, just having a sip of water. It's getting really hot in here. I'm not normally a VOD watcher unless it's like an event. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's fair enough. I will say, this line art is giving me...
Don't let your kids watch it!
I'm literally drawing toe beans. What do you mean, don't let your kids watch it? I'm literally drawing toe beans. Oh my goodness. What has my community come to, I swear? Pobes. It's true, they are pobes. Toe beans are a gateway drug? I mean, if I was drawing them in a specific way, then yeah, sure, I would agree. But these are literally just beans on a dog's foot. You don't even see the beans, you just see the paws. Y'all are nasty. Alright, there we go. Now I can at least do this bit. Anyway, like I was going to say, this line art's not giving me nearly as much hell as the line art I was doing earlier today. Like I said, I've been working on a really big shop update, and part of that includes not just restocking stuff, but also expanding the collection. So I've been working on drastically expanding my collection of Sonic the Hedgehog, like, character keyrings. So on the list that I've done, sorry, we've got Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Rouge, Shadow, Blaze, Silver, Sonic, Manic, Cream, and the one that I was working on today was Metal Sonic. If I have time by the end of April, because the end of April is going to be the deadline for having all of my new stock finished, if I have time before the end of April, I will be adding more characters, but for now, that is the collection. And boy, this fucking Metal Sonic line art, where is he? Yeah. This is the Metal Sonic that I was working on before the stream today. I swear to God, his shoes, like here, his shoes fucking killed me, dude. And the reason, he's got no eyes for a reason. His eyes aren't gonna have, like, line art. I'm just gonna make them red and glowy. But, like, holy shit, dude. It's so nice to do something like this after working on this all afternoon. Look at his fingies. I did the line variation for each individual bit of his fingies. Oh my god. It was a nightmare. But now his line art is done, so all I have to do is give him a good old color. And I had never drawn Metal Sonic before, by the way. That drawing is the first time I have ever drawn Metal Sonic. So the pressure was on, my dudes. Coloring is harder than line art for me.
Gateway drugs. If you want drugs, just do drugs. Especially if you have to deal with dickheads.
Don't listen to Roshug, chat. Don't do drugs. There's a clip of me in another art stream saying that if you want really, really good high quality line art, you should not do cocaine. So just don't do drugs. Don't do them. Unless it's, like, prescribed by a medical professional. A licensed medical professional, I need to specify. Jesus. Rosha, you're gonna get me in so much trouble. I swear to God. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I have this really cool thing in Clip Studio Paint, where basically, let's say this face. Let's say I want to color the face. I make a layer underneath the line art. So this is the line art. This is a blank layer, and let's say I want to make it like red. I'm on the layer underneath. This is not the line art layer. You just go blink. And let's say I want this bit to be like orange or yellow. We go boink, like that, right? And then you see how there's like these little flecks. You know, if I turn the line art off, you see there's all these little flecks and imperfections in the thing, right? So I can't do it here. But I have this tool, which is, I don't know what it's called actually, but this is just what I use. And basically everything you go over thickens. You see how that made my line art thicker? And so I use that when I'm coloring as well. Let me get rid of that. I use that when I'm coloring as well, because it gets rid of all of the little nicks and like imperfections in the line art. So so coloring is actually really, really easy for me. To be fair, this is an old version of Clip Studio Paint. This is the version that they released, I think right before they announced that they were gonna be doing subscription plans. I bought mine outright, so I didn't hop onto the subscription, but Clip Studio Paint 4.0 has come out recently, and they have a lot of cool features that I want to use, so I will probably use the commission money that I've gotten to upgrade to Clip Studio 4.0. And that'll just make my job even easier, which means that I might be able to reduce my commission prices soon. That's why my friend has kind of chicken scratch line art. I'm joking. Yeah, you should tell your friend that he needs to stop doing cocaine right now, and that maybe, just maybe, their line art will become true peak. Like, true, honest to God, peak line art. Alright, we're gonna start thickums, and we're gonna go thin up here. I'm really glad that I got to start doing the line art on the dog, because the dog's super simple. Once we get over like here, this is where it's gonna get really complicated, I think.
That's bullshit. A doctor will throw fentanyl at a patient and get them outdoor. Mortality is dead and you all killed it? Doomed, we're all doomed. Pain is pleasure, pleasure is pain, and I could really go for a choco taco.
Oh my god. Do I need to put you in jail, Rosha? You can't be having an existential crisis on me right now. Like, honest to God, this is the worst possible time for you to have an existential crisis. Do I need to put you in the rage cage? I'm so sorry for my son's misbehavior tonight, chat. I don't know what's gotten into him. He's probably just nervous because we're waiting for,
I'm not locked in here with you, you can't silence the truth here with me.
Listen, I know you're nervous. Alright, I'm sure you're just having a bit of a breakdown because we're still waiting to hear from the manufacturer, but I am gonna put you in jail. Very rude. Rosha is possessed by demons, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my son. I'm really sorry. Not the cage! I have to, he won't behave otherwise. Don't worry guys, he's fine. He's okay. He's just having a bit of a timeout. It's alright. We'll let him out once he calms down, okay?
Praise Slanesh.
Stop it! Rosha, do you want to be stuck in the cage for the rest of the stream? Sorry, he's such a silly Billy. Alright, what are we doing? We'll do this. There we go. What were we talking about before my son decided to have a mental breakdown? I've forgotten. I don't think it matters in the grand scheme of things. I just like to keep talking while I'm doing the art stuff. Alright, I think we're gonna start thin here. And then thicken. A bit too dramatic, but we'll thicken at the top, I think. Oops. Too thick, too thin. There we go. Alright, and then we can kind of like... See, drawing the first line is super easy. It's drawing the second line in order to get the line variation that's like the rough bit for me. I really should just sit down and make a custom brush so that I can get this done more effectively.
Chat,
But
throw
I
things
really
at my
didn't even know
captor.
where to start. No, chat, don't throw things at me. Don't do it. It's not, throwing shit at me is not going to get him out of jail. What did I just say? Jake, you just want an excuse to throw stuff at me. You don't need an excuse. Absolutely. Some things never change, huh? Alright, I think this pupper is almost done. I'm not gonna be doing the lines for like the fur patterns because I don't want the fur patterns to have any line art. Oh my goodness, please. There we go.
You were lamenting to Path of Animated James, and how he chooses to indulge in the pleasure of others rather than himself. In the quest for perfection.
Ah, yeah. Animated James is a sad tale, honestly. I really do hope he's doing better. I really do hope he still has the ability to, like, you know, create projects that he actually cares about. But it makes me sad. The day I enter the chat and I don't throw a single thing, they are an imposter and they should be set aflame. You know what? I can agree to that. There we go. We'll give this dog some mad eyeliner. What do you think, chat? There we go. The eyeliner
I'll make
of
jail
the
wine.
dog.
Quick, someone get me some grapes.
No, don't give him anything. Chat, if you give my son things while he's in jail, then I'm gonna time you out. Do not encourage my son's rowdy behavior. Alright, who's another creator that I really liked in high school that just up and vanished one day? There's surprisingly a lot of them. None are really coming to mind at the moment. Animated James is the one that I always think about every now and again because his animated pilot for C students comes up on my feed a lot. So I think about his like content a lot. God, there was one creator who my cousin and I watched a lot when I started high school. I don't remember his name, but basically he like did a collab. I think he did a collab with Markiplier when Markiplier first started, or like we were watching one of his videos and one of Markiplier's videos showed up in the recommended. And this is 2012, by the way. This is like when Markiplier started his YouTube career. And my cousin and I looked at the site and we were like, Markiplier? Who the fuck is that? What is that? And we clicked on the video and we I swear to God, like we both stopped watching the guy that we used to be really big fans of to start watching Markiplier. Like my cousin and I have been there since day one of Markiplier's channel, and it's all because of this one other guy. But I cannot remember the other guy's name for the life of me. I think... Oh my god, I think he is still around. Streamed a year ago. Oh my god, he is still around. Okay, so I found him. His name was Storpy. His name was Storpy, and I don't remember, like, I haven't watched this guy in a very, very long time. I stopped watching around 2012, because that's when I found Markiplier. But he's still around. He didn't up and vanish. I just forgot who he was. That's good to know. I'm glad he's still around. I wonder if, like, his content evolved the way Markiplier's did, or if he's still making the same stuff. There was... No, I don't think he disappeared. There was, when I was younger, I was in the My Little Pony fandom. I wasn't as nuts as to be, like, a brony, or, like, be associated with bronies. I wasn't that level. But I was a My Little Pony watcher. And there was that one guy that did the, like, the .mov, like, pony.mov, I think it was called. I think his name was Hot Diggity Demon. I know he didn't up and vanish. He's just always in controversy for, like, one thing or another. I don't know what, when I stopped watching. I used to watch his other show. What was it called? Brain Dump? The one video he made that I remember the most was actually his video defending the Simpsons character, Apu. I really miss Apu. But yeah, he also didn't up and vanish. I just stopped watching their content. Honest to God, the only one coming to mind that, like, actually just straight up disappeared is Animated James. Which, I guess on one hand is a good thing, but... I don't know. I don't even think Animated James should have left the internet when he did. I know it's, like, for mental health and his psyche, and some people aren't able to, like, handle the kind of criticism that comes with being on the internet, and I think that's perfectly fair and valid. But I just wish that he didn't leave when he did. I know that, like, it was probably important for his mental health that he left when he left, but I want to see a world where he didn't leave and he continued to make shit. Maybe that's selfish of me, I don't know. I'm gonna do the fluff for the ear on a separate layer, because the fluff is gonna cut into this ear a little bit. There we go. Sorry chat, got a bit of a cough. I think we're gonna bring it down to, like, here, but we're not gonna fully connect it, because that's where the fur pattern is gonna go.
The internet calls the weak it's a feature, not a bug.
I know. I just wish that he had the, like, he was in the mental space to be able to stick around, you know? Because he made some stuff that I really liked. Granted, I don't think if I sat down and I watched his old content now, that it would resonate with me the way it did back then, because, you know, the humor is, a lot of his humor hasn't aged the best. But I still sit down and watch the Sea Students pilot every now and again. It's got a lot of moments that are really crude and they're like, ew, what is this? But, like, I don't know. Maybe it's, like, the sentimental value to me. To me, I just saw one guy who by himself wrote, animated, composed a song for, and, like,
You
voice
were at the right
acted for a
place in at the
project.
right time. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's true. I just thought it was really cool and like kind of inspirational to see this one guy put in so much effort for a project. I really wanted to see like C students as like a full thing. It's really sad that we didn't get to. I really enjoyed his song and music video, Creative Types, when it came out. That was really good too. Alright, we're gonna leave that there. We're getting there. Very, very slowly. I honest to God don't think we'll finish the line art in this stream, considering how distracted I got last stream, and how it took me the entire stream just to do line art for a single frame of an animation, because I kept getting distracted. So I don't think we'll finish the line art on this stream, but I would really, really like to. And then pop down the flat colors so that we can call this finished. Because I have a little bit of a backlog now. Not a huge one, just a little one. I gotta finish this, and then I have to finish the PNG tuber that we were working on last week. And then I have to do, for the same person, I have to do a second PNG tuber. Same character and everything, just without the game controller. And then I have a goob. If people don't know what my goobs are, this is a goob. They're just silly little guys. And I do little goobs as part of my commissions as well, so I have one of those to do as well. So not a huge backlog, but considering I spend most of my week working on stuff for my Etsy shop, I'd really, really, really like to get these out of the way, because having commissions still due is stressful. It's only stressful for me because it's like, oh, I owe this person something, I need to get it done, blah blah blah. None of my commissions are actually putting pressure on me to get shit done. They're all lovely. Alright, there we go. Get rid of that. I get that too. Yeah, I just need to get it done because I owe it them. Yeah. Oh shit, they paid for this. I don't want to cause any delays. Yeah, basically, that is essentially what it is. And this person has already waited, I think, 2 weeks. To be fair, it's a full body with 3 personas and 3 pets. So it I don't think waiting 2 weeks is an unreasonable amount of time, for something that big, but I don't know, just want to get it done. Nice. I'm gonna come in and do this hand now, just because I think it'll save me some trouble to have it done now. Looking mighty fine, if I do say so myself. Oh, you know who's another creator that I've been thinking about a lot recently? Their name is Pet Peeves. I don't know if anyone here has heard of them. Back ages and ages ago, back when I lived in, not the apartment that I used to live in before this, but the one before that, which means it would have been maybe 2, almost 3 years ago. Hang on, let me have a sip of my tea. Nice. So, I've lived in 4 apartments since I've moved out. I moved out of my parents' house in, I think, December of 2020, if I remember correctly. So, this is back when I lived in apartment number 2. So, this is a while ago. I was working on... What was I working on? I think I was working on my second graphic novel. Forget Me Not Astral Mirror, which is still in production, but it's going to be coming out either early to mid next year. So I was working on that, and I saw this, like, this creator named Pet Peeved. And I don't know if the people in my stream tonight grew up in the same communities I did as a kid. Most likely not. But they had this series called 12. And 12 was basically made by... I'm gonna assume the Pet Peeves themselves was 12 when they made it, or they were, like, at the very oldest, I want to say 15. And it was basically this, like, 12 to 15-year-old girl with a bunch of her friends. She, like, wrote and voice acted this story, and it wasn't fully animated. It was kind of like she drew stills for the characters, and she would, like, move the stills around for the audio drama, basically. It was basically a glorified animatic, right? And I don't know what came over me, but I put her series on in the background while I was working on my graphic novel. And I don't know what happened, but, like, I actually kind of got invested in the story. Like, the story was not good. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. The story was not good. In terms of, like, the nuances and how things were written. It was basically about this cat girl, right? This is, like, I'm talking, like, Warrior Cat's cat girl, right? So, it was about this cat girl who lived with her parents, and she wanted to see the outside world. She didn't want to be a kitty pet all her life. And her parents were super, super, like, sheltered and protective of her, and they wouldn't let her go outside by herself. So, she has an argument with her parents. She storms out in, funnily enough, the middle of a thunderstorm. She leaves the house on her own for the first time, and she gets struck by lightning, and she dies. And that's, like, basically the entirety of the first episode. And eventually, it's kind of revealed that, like, when she died, her spirit got brought into this weird purgatory type thing, and she basically collaborates with this little demon guy named Imp. Yes, that was his name. And she was basically acting as, like, a guardian angel, where, like, she would possess people's bodies for, like, 24 hours, and her goal was to help them grant their, like, a wish that they've been really wanting. And so, yeah, she would possess their body, and she would have 24 hours to make their dream come true, right? Oh no, mic feedback, no, I have such tiny hands. No, wait, no, don't, I can't hold 96 people in my hand, what the fuck? Mike! Hello everybody, how are you? I hope you're all doing well. How was your stream? Was it another, like, hold them with your tiny hands? No! I'll try my best. My hands do be tiny. You actually gamed? Oh my god, what were you playing? What was the game? What was the vibe? Was it a horror game? We can stack in your tiny hands. I hope you do. Oh my god, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. How are you? Who's in the cage? That's my son, Rosha. He's been misbehaving today. He had a mental breakdown earlier in the stream, talking about how reality is not real or whatever he was talking about. So I put him in the cage. It was viewer request day. My voice gave out a bit though, so I decided to cut early. We played Everhood. Oh my god, Everhood and Donut County. I have played Donut County with my partner, and he's been trying to get me to play Everhood for, I think, ever since I played Hi-Fi Rush. He's been talking to me about how I should play Everhood. Apparently Everhood 2 came out ages ago, and nobody is talking about it. So now my partner's super excited. He's gonna play Everhood 2, which means I have to play Everhood 1 now. You can Death Stranding stack us on your tiny back. That I can do. That I can do. Hop on, everybody. Let's go.
I want waffle fries.
I am so sorry. I do not have waffle fries. You know what? Actually, no, I'm not sorry. Go get your own. Everhood is so pretty. Yeah, I've seen my partner play it back when it came out. That was rude, both of you. How dare you? But yeah, no, like I saw my partner play Everhood when it came out, and it looks so interesting. There was one, so my partner's a completionist, and there was one like achievement in the game that like I think you had to, what was it? I think it was like do a perfect dodge 100 times in a row or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but every time we talk about difficult achievements, like in gaming, he always brings up that one. Chat, please, I want to see 97 things thrown. Jake, no. Jake, no. Please don't get 97 of my closest family and friends to throw shit at me. I don't think I could handle it. Don't do it.
Morality is a lie. Hedonism is law. I did nothing wrong.
And that is why you are in the cage. And you will stay there until you can think about your actions and apologize. I'm gonna eat some summer sausage. Oh, that sounds awesome. I love me a good sausage. Nobody do the thing. Leave me be. We're talking about food. But chat, you came in at just the perfect time. So I was reminiscing about an animated series that I discovered years ago. So for context, I have a published graphic novel, and I've been working on for a very long time.
I apologize for nothing. Tyrant.
Then you stay in the cage. Then you stay in the cage. Me and my parents made it with duck. Oh, that's awesome. Creature doing the nasty? Listen, my son says some really out-of-pocket things. I apologize in advance. I'm sure he'll calm down if we give him his Vaporeon wife, but we're not going to because he's being naughty, and he sits in the naughty corner. Graphic novel, you say? Show chat his wife? Okay, fine. Hang on, I'll give you his wife, and then I will talk about my thing. Where is she? This is his wife. That's my son's dearly beloved. Graphic novel, you say? Yes, so I have a psychological drama, like, zombie story, called Forget Me Not. The first book is Forget Me Not Aconite. Fun fact, I published it in 2021? I think it was 2021, might have been 2022. So the artwork is very old, but I self-published, and it's available online bookstores pretty much worldwide. It's really exciting. So I've been working on the sequel for a very long time. And the sequel should be coming out sometime next year, early to mid next year. But I was working on that years ago, and I found this like YouTube series that came up in my recommended called 12, and I had no idea what it was. I was like, oh, okay, that looks kind of interesting. I'll just put it on in the background while I'm working on my graphic novel. And the way I explained it before everyone came in is that it was basically made... Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's so kind. But the series was basically made by someone who could not have been older than 15. And they literally just grabbed a bunch of their friends, wrote a story together, probably all voice acted with the same mic, and, you know, made this cute little story. And it wasn't, like, animated. They made a bunch of stills for the character, and they would, like, edit it so that the stills were moving around. It was really cute. And so I put it on in the background while I was working on my graphic novel, and the story was not very great, and yet still I found myself, like, absolutely hooked on it, right? So the story follows this character named May. If anyone is a fan of warrior cats, it's basically like a kitty pet who lives with like her parents in this cute little house, and she doesn't want to be a kitty pet. She wants to go out and see the world and, like, you know, adventure and stuff. And her parents are super protective of her, so they're like, no, you can't do that, like, it's dangerous and blah 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 blah. And so she has like an argument with her parents. She runs out of the house during the middle of like a thunderstorm. She gets struck by lightning and she fucking dies, right? That's episode 1, okay? That's the first episode of this series. And basically she becomes this like guardian angel. Like, she starts collaborating with this demon character whose name is literally Imp. And the whole gimmick is that she possesses someone's body for 24 hours. And in those 24 hours, her only goal is to make, like, their wish come true. Like, there's something in their life that they really, really want, and she has 24 hours to make it happen. And basically, if she does that 12 times, then she gets a chance to, like, I don't know, live again. I think she gets her soul back, I think is how it went. And so she basically becomes this guardian angel, and she helps out these, like, 12 people. And the voice acting is terrible. The story is not handled very well. The drawings are crude. And yet, you cannot help but fall in love with it. Because with the amateur voice acting, and the amateur artwork, and the amateur audio design, you can feel the love and the care for this series pouring out of every single facet of it, you know? And so I ended up not being able to work on my graphic novel because I ended up actually sitting down and giving this series my full attention and, like, actually properly watching it. And it was really, really cool. And it was really cringe, and it made me kind of like, it reminded me of a time when I was 15, because I almost did exactly the same thing. I found a bunch of voice actors online on DeviantArt one day. I had a story, I had a script, and I wanted to make it happen. And unfortunately, it didn't happen for a multitude of reasons, one of which being I didn't use stills. I actually wanted to fully animate it, and I was doing it by myself as a high school student, so I couldn't get it done, and a bunch of stuff happened with some of the voice actors, which meant that we couldn't, like, actually finish it, and I ended up dumping that project. And funnily enough, I always credit, like, I'm working on a new series now with a lot of the same characters called The Fairy's Tale, which is going to be, like, a pseudo-animated pilot. It's gonna be, like, a glorified animatic, basically. And I credit Arcane a lot for giving me the kick in the teeth that I needed. Like, not the kick in the teeth, the kick in the butt that I needed to, like, really bring these characters back. But the main reason that I'm doing it is because of 12. Because, like, I just got so nostalgic for the era of, like, cringe but free. And, you know, my knee has been very stuffed up for a very long time. I'm, like, literally disabled at the moment, so I'm not working a traditional job. I've got nothing but time, you know? Like, I may as well. And 12, I really owe that to 12. And so if you really, really like Warrior Cats, if you love Warrior Cats, if you love being able to feel someone's passion in a project regardless of the project's quality, go check out 12. It is really, really cute. It's so wholesome. They do not handle a lot of topics very well at all. Like, literally, I think the second episode is about a domestic violence situation, which I'm sure you can tell would not be written very well by a 15-year-old kid, but you can tell that their heart was in the right place. It's a very interesting story. And apparently the creator is gonna be revamping it. It might be bad, but everyone starts somewhere. I agree. And I think it's really important that we give people the chance to have that platform. And to have that starting point. Because not everyone is gonna be amazing right out the gate, you know? But yeah, they've done a couple of projects after 12. I think they run like a D&D campaign with most of the old voice actors. I know they had a falling out with the voice actor of Imp, the demon guy that the main character would work with. I think they replaced him with someone else, but I don't know what the situation there is. And yeah, last I checked, which to be fair, last I checked was maybe like 2 years ago, they were like working on revamping the series. I still don't think she's going the fully animated route, because while you can absolutely fully animate a 12-minute episode by yourself, I would absolutely not recommend it. It is hell. But I'm really curious to see what comes of that, or if she's even still working on it. I don't know. She might have dropped it for a different project. speaking of projects, this commission's coming along really nicely. I'm really liking where this is going. We'll probably, I just checked the time, we've already been doing this line art for like an hour, so yeah, we're probably going to be doing line art the entire stream, but that's okay. Because once the line art is done, I can literally just spend maybe like 45 minutes to an hour coloring off stream, and then this commission will be done. Line art do be like that. Yeah, I used to be really quick at line art, but then I decided that I hate myself and I want to do this really cool thing. Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate that. That's so sweet. You guys are too kind to me, I swear. I used to be really quick at line art, but then I decided that I hate myself and I want to do this really cool thing called line variation, which is all this stuff here. And it looks really cool! It looks really nice! The thing is, I don't have a custom brush that works how I want my line variation to look, which means I draw all of my line variation by hand. Which means that my line art now takes like 3 times as long as it used to. Like, I shit you not, we would probably be almost done with the line art for this piece if I did not do my line variation the way that I do it. Oh, you got some art done tonight too? That's awesome. I think I was following you on one of my alt accounts. I'll have to have a look after the stream. Unless you haven't posted it yet, in which case I will wait. But yeah, I think one of these days I'm gonna sit down and like figure out how to make a custom brush that does line variation the way I want it, because then my commissions won't take nearly as long as they do currently. Which would be nice. I would like to not spend a significant amount of time just doing line art, because then I can focus on other elements of the piece, you know? Who knows? Maybe I will also just change how I do my line art sometime soon. Who knows? I really like the line variation, which is why I dedicate so much of my time to it. But I don't know. You posted it? Yes? Oh, awesome. Cool. Oh, you were finally able to figure out lighting today? That's so cool. I'm so sorry that, like, the really, really shitty diagram that I drew for you last night was not helpful. Thinking about lighting in a 3D space is something that I cannot put in words very effectively. I'm very sorry. I'm glad that you did figure it out, though. We love seeing fellow artists grow and develop. With help from multiple people, of course. Sometimes you really do just need to, like, ask the community and get resources from other people. I really, really like when fellow artists band together all to help little guys. And by little guys, I literally just mean someone who might not have a certain grasp on something. I don't mean, like, literally little guys. Shading takes a lot of practice, but it's the most fun part for you. I've changed how I do my shading quite a bit over time. I think my most recent style is... Where's the picture of, like, my Sona? Where is she? Yeah. This is my most recent shading style. So basically, how I get this to work is I'll do the flat colors, and then, like, I'll kind of pick the light source off the bat. So in this case, the light source is, like, up here in this corner. And I'll do, like, an airbrush of, like, highlights and shades on basically each individual piece, as opposed to, like, a full gradient thing. Like, I'll pick each individual piece and do shading and, like airbrush kind of like that. And then... Damn, caked up and places to be. Thank you. Where do you post art, in the chat or gallery? If it's a work in progress, you can put it in the chat. If it's finished, I'd say put it in the gallery. But once my airbrushing is done, like this, and I pick the shading and stuff like that, I go in with, like, this cute little halftone brush that I found online, and I just put, like, halftones in a lot of the highlight places, and then I'll also do it for the shadows as well. I try not to overdo it, but I get very, very easily excited, so sometimes I do overdo it a little bit. And then once the half-tone shades and highlights are in there, I'll also go in and do like traditional cell shading over the top. I usually will use like a soft light and a multiply for highlights and shadows. And then all of that together is what the finished product right there. So I technically shade 3 times. But you know, it is what it is. You need the halftone brushes, so I put them in the marker section. The one I use the most, I think, is this one. This is halftone hard and halftone brush. I think I've got them in my download pack somewhere. And then I don't remember the names of these ones, but all these ones came from the same pack. It took a really long time for me to find a halftone brush that I liked. Let me see if I can open the Clip Studio hub and see if it's in my download history. Multiply is the shading set. Yeah, I love it. I might need to log back into my account, but I think it should be in my download history what these halftone brushes are. Because, like, I grew up on Flipnote Studio on the DS. I will have a sippy, thank you. Delicious. I grew up with Flipnote Studio on the DS, and so my shading back then was literally just halftones and like the different like halftone brushes that they would give you. How do I see my download history? Can I not see my download history? License options, manage materials? Ah, here. So the halftone brushes that I use are from a creator literally named FFGGHHJJ. If you go onto the Clip Studio like store and you type in their name, it should be one of the first things that comes up, their account with their halftone brushes. That's their Clip Studio name. And then I think it's Japanese. The Japanese ones come from 2 different packs. I think it's the same creator, but 2 different packs. I don't know how to write their name, but they both have numbers attached to them. So these ones are... Perhaps for your variation lines, you could use some pressure trickery and vector layers. I reckon that would make my life a whole lot easier. I need to experiment with it a little bit. So that's one of the other halftone brushes, halftone packs that I use. And then this other one, 61887. There. So I have 3 different halftone packs that I use. The ones from FFGGHHJJ are the ones that I use the most. But sometimes if I'm feeling a little bit snazzy, I'll grab something from one of the other brush packs. It took me so long. I found those brushes ages ago, and then something happened to my computer, and I had to basically I had to like factory reset my computer basically. And a lot of my files stuck around, but some of my files also got deleted, and some of those files were my downloads for Clip Studio Paint, and I swear to God, it took me like a whole, I think 3 weeks to re-find those brushes online and re-download them. So I'm not letting them go ever again. Tried to shade a bit more bleakly because of the character. Okay, I'll have a look in a second. Vector is so fucking good. You can just essentially sketch the lines and then use the vector eraser to clip the line. Oh yeah, I've used vector lines, I think once before. Once before outside of university, I could say. I used them a lot for university. But afterwards, not so much. I used them for funnily enough, a product design that I had. It was for my Forget-Me-Not tote bags. When I say Forget-Me-Not, I need to specify, not my graphic novel, the flower. Have it here. These. Not this one. We ended up going with... I think we ended up going with that one. Ignore the background color. But yeah, this was done with vectors. I really need to relearn how to use vectors because, like I just said, I haven't really used them a lot since university. So I kind of need to re-educate myself on them. Especially because it would be really, really beneficial to have that kind of knowledge for like future projects. The only other time I would say I've used them would be like probably when I'm animating because the animation program that I use works in vectors. Ooh, pretty, thank you. We spent a good, I think, 5 hours on that design, and majority of it was trying to figure out the Pantones that I wanted to use. Because I have specific colors that I like to use when I'm drawing forget-me-not flowers, and we spent a really, really long time trying to figure out like the best Pantones to replace those colors with. Because unfortunately, the colors that I use don't have a one-to-one like Pantone version. So that was unfortunate, but we got it. Alright, I think we can move on to the leg now. There we go. I'm so sorry, chat. I am drinking my tea, but I just don't think my throat is recovered from yesterday, because we streamed yesterday, but then before the stream I spent basically all day hanging out with a friend of mine. So I've been doing a lot more talking than I'm used to. Drink harder? Oh shit, sorry, my bad. You're right, actually, you're absolutely right. I should just be drinking harder. No empathy, wow. No, they're right. They're right. I just need to drink harder. Absolutely. It won't happen again, I promise. Right, there we go. Nice and caked, if I do say so myself. Whoop, I hear someone in the door. Simply stop choking. Yeah, you're right. My bad. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Honestly. Empathy is for cowards. Damn, okay. I guess I'm a coward. Oopsie doodle, my bad. It's fine. You guys are right. I should just get better at not dying. Absolutely correct. Actually, I don't like that. I'm gonna just cut it off there instead. Yeah. Yes. Pretty legs. Okay. Let's go. There, that'll do. And then we can round off this knee a tiny bit. Alright, before I do my line variation on this leg, I'm gonna actually draw this leg. I also realized I drew the toes for them, but I didn't draw the toes for her. So I'm gonna do this beautiful, beautiful thing called cheating. Bam, she's got toes now.
Skill issue scrub.
Skill issue. You're right, it is a skill issue. I never said I was good at survival, chat. Alright, let's see. Let's get this leg in. There. Sans toes? Shut up, bro. Making fun of me for my toe beans. Absolutely not. Not in my house. You're right, though. They do look kind of jank. I didn't want to draw them, like, too overly detailed. Because, one, they're not the main focus, and two, it's kind of weird. You know? I don't draw feet very often, like, at all. I really need to get better at drawing feet, especially now that I'm friends with Brent Zone. Oh, thank you so much. Silv, hello! How are you? We do not focus on the feet. No, we do not. It's very difficult for me to draw toes. I've heard that, I've heard that drawing feet is actually very similar to drawing hands, but I don't understand it. So what happened to the old channel? Which old channel? Ah, you mean my YouTube channel? So what I'm gonna do is I think I'm going to retire that one because originally the old YouTube channel, Silvertrine, it was for like my animated projects and like, you know, talking about my animated projects, and then it turned into film reviews that I didn't really like. It's not that I didn't like doing them, it's that I don't really like making super edited like content anymore. It's just not something that I enjoy. And I was like, okay, I'm not gonna make those kind of videos anymore. But now I have a new channel for my animations as well, called like Nobilis Studios. And that's where like all my animated shorts go now. So I think the original Silvertrine channel is just going to be retired and it's going to become an archive. But I'm not sure. I might end up deciding to go back to long form content. What I really want to do is I want to make videos about the games that I've played on Twitch and like talk about the storytelling in them, and if they're bad enough, then I might consider rewriting some of the stories from games that I've played on Twitch. But I just have so much going on right now that I'm not entirely sure if that's gonna happen anytime soon. But yeah, I have 2 new YouTube channels now. One is Nobilis Studios, which is the animated content, and then one is Silvertrine Twitch, which is where all of my Twitch VODs go. And I don't know what's gonna happen to the other one. For the moment, it's retired. It may be indefinite, I don't know. You can cheat with paws and draw rounded triangles for the beans before sectioning it off into the toes. I think I understand what you're saying. I think I'm picking it up. Sorry, I'm trying to visualize it while I'm still drawing. I probably shouldn't be doing that. I think I get it. Beans are like alright though. It's more so human feet that I struggle with, because I don't draw beans enough. And then fuck, I don't remember. Wait, maybe I'm dumb and getting you confused with someone else who is also an Aussie fur artist with Sylvie in their name. I mean, I've never met any other Aussie fur artist with Silv in their name, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. But yeah, I used to have a bunch of like art and stuff on there. It started off as animations, and then it turned into speed paints and talking about art, and then it turned into movie reviews, and now it's just dead. I had to draw human feet once. Now I get Vietnam flashbacks at the thought. I'm not gonna lie, I would like to learn how to draw feet. Not for the sussy reasons that you think. Not for the sussy reasons that you think. Stop it. Don't do that. I just really want to learn how to draw feet because I think it'd be a really cool flex, okay? That is all. Oh no, now I get to follow 2 artists instead of 1. Exactly, you're getting a package deal. In the end, you win, right? Uh-huh, Jake, shut up. Jake, do not test me. Shut up, boy. Exactly. There is zero sussy reason to draw feet, only begrudging professionalism. It's true. It's true. If I get a commissioner who wants me to draw, like, say, for example, their character on the beach, and they want their character to be wearing a pair of sandals while they're walking on the sand, I'm gonna need to know how to draw the feet. It is strictly professional.
We all know you have NSFW as your fallback plan.
Okay, yeah, I do. But, like, that's got nothing to do with feet, baby. I'll just turn into animated James and draw ass cheeks all day. I'm sorry, was that too soon? Was that too soon? I only discovered that he did that today. Maybe that was too soon. I can draw pretty good toe beans. That's good! That's good, I'm happy for you. I love the beans, it's okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. Good. Nah. Okay, excellent, excellent. We love lightheartedly poking fun at other people in this chat. We love it. Alright. I'm super curious now though. Solar Dragon, who is the other artist? Another Australian artist that also happens to be named Sylvie. That'd be pretty cool. Maybe we should, maybe I should, do some DM sliding. Maybe we should have a chat. Ooh. Actually, wait, hang on. I think oh, there we go. Silvixen. Oh, I think I have heard of Silvixen actually. Because what's it called? When I made my NSFW account, originally I was gonna call it Silvixen, to keep the Silv part of my branding, because Silv is like actually my real life name. And then I saw someone else had it, and they had it for a really, really long time, and I was like, oh, okay, that's fair. Like, I'm not gonna step on their toes. So now my NSFW account's called Silver Tits, and I think that's much funnier. But I didn't know they were Australian. That's awesome. I should call them. It's not sus. It's not sus. It would just be nice to know other Australian artists. Step on it. Stop it. Stop. Do I need to stop drawing the feet? I'm gonna draw the feet off stream if you guys continue to misbehave. My goodness. Absolutely ridiculous. I will not stand for this. But yeah, I didn't know that they were Australian. That's really cool. Maybe they're trying to steal my identity. No, I'm pretty sure they existed way, way before I rebranded to Silvertrine. Because, fun fact, my name is, like, actually Silv. My name's Sylviana, which is why the Silv part of my name is there. But when I first started, like, my online presence, I actually went by a completely different name. It's good you're sitting then, JK. That is such a cute name. Oh, thank you. Basically, the TLDR is that my mother really, really wanted to have a daughter named Marissa, which she does. Marissa's my sister's name. But my dad was like, oh, that's such a shame because I really wanted my first daughter to be named Sylvia. And my mom was like, no, I hate that name, that's disgusting. And so they compromised and they added an NA to the end, and so now I am Sylviana. But like before I did that, I was like super, super scared and like wanted to remain anonymous online, so I went by a completely different name. I went by the name of Vicky Dahalia for a very, very long time. I think it started when I was 13 or 14, so 2013 or 2014, one of those 2 years, and then I stuck with that until 2020. No, not 2020, sorry, 2018, when I rebranded to Silvertrine, and I have been Silvertrine since. And I don't really care about my real name being out there or not anymore, because like I said ages ago, I have a published graphic novel, and my full name is on the cover of that graphic novel, so, you know, I don't really care that it's out there anymore. That's the kind of name that's intimidating when your mum calls it out in full. My mum always uses my name in full. My mum never, ever, ever abbreviates my name. I don't think my dad does either. Both of my parents, they've never, ever abbreviated my name to Silv or Sylvie or anything like that. It has always been the full name. My siblings and, like, my friends and stuff, they always abbreviate it. But, yeah, it's so weird because I don't live with my parents. I don't talk to my parents super often. So I actually never ever hear my real name anymore. It's always either Silv or Sylvie. I think we should get going. It's 3:33 in the morning. Go to sleep. Lunite, go sleepy night. Have a really good sleep, okay? Nice relaxing time. But yeah, the other cool thing about my name that I've noticed is that, check your gallery after the stream. I will, I promise I will. I just don't want to check it on stream because I don't want to get too distracted, because last time we did an art stream, I got very distracted and I didn't get the work done that I needed to get done. Horny jailer's filling up. No! No! Horny jailer's always full. Anyway, the really fun thing about my name that I've noticed is that people who present as more masculine will abbreviate it to Silv, just S-I-L-V, and people who present as more feminine will add the I, and they'll call me Sylvie. And I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is, but generally speaking, majority of the time, people who identify as mask call me Silv, and people who identify as femme call me Sylvie. And I think that's a really interesting trend. The prisoners are filling up too. Ew! I say Silv and I'm feminine. Oh yeah, I'm not saying everybody, it's just like the general consensus.
If I had the action animation, I'd be on top of my wife right now.
No, stop. No, I'm removing your wife. Get out of here. Stop being... You're in jail! Oh no, I accidentally removed the jail. I'm removing your wife. Nah. Nah. You cannot be talking to my chat, in front of your wife, mind you, about how much you want to plow her right now. Absolutely ridiculous. Not in my Twitch chat. Absolutely not. Is it actually intended as Silvitrine or Sylvitrine? It's supposed to be Silvitrine, like Sylvie and then Trine, because Sylvie is my name, and the Trine actually comes from the gemstone citrine. The story behind that is my parents went to a Mind Body Spirit Festival years ago, and they invited me, but I was on the grind. I was depressed, but I really needed money, so I was on the work grind, and I told them that I couldn't make it, even though I really, really wanted to go. So I went to work, and my mum, bless her heart, when I got home from work, they had come back from the show, and she bought me this cute little citrine tree, and she told me that it was all about, like, you know, creativity and abundance and all of that really cute, wholesome stuff. And I still have that citrine tree. It's sitting right on top of my desk. I can actually touch it from where I'm sitting. And I just thought that was really, really sweet. And so I took the trine part of Silvitrine and I put it in my branding. Mine is cause Luna and
This cage can't hold me and you know it.
This cage can't hold me and you know it. Listen, it's gonna hold you for as long as it needs to. I'm the only one with the key. Chat can't help you now. You just gotta sit and think about what you've done. Again, I'm so sorry for my son's misbehavior, chat. I don't know what's gotten into him tonight. Don't get me wrong, he's always a bit deranged, but he's a little more so than usual today. Even though adamantite is a fictional metal, I mean, it still kind of counts. It's named, you're named after a metal. I think it counts. God, this dog's nose is huge. Is his nose meant to be that huge? I might make it smaller. Me when my nose is huge. There we go. I think that's better. Boop.
You cannot contain me in a way that matters. It's not about what's in me, it's about what I need to put in my wife.
What is this layer? Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Listen, Rosha. We can't be talking about how you want to bend your wife over backwards in my chat, okay? Please. I know this is like an 18+ area, but this does not mean you get to talk about the inconceivable things that you would like to do to your wife. Not to mention, like, to me. Like, I'm your mother. Do you really want me to know what you do to your wife behind closed doors? Do you really want me to know what you and your wife are doing? What about forwards instead? Is the backwards part the problem? Chat, come on. Don't encourage my son. Please. I'm already having a hard time containing him today. Please don't encourage him. I will be sleeping right now. Good night. Go to bed. Now.
Who said anything about closed doors? The world will know.
No, stop. Why do you need to have... Why do your sexual adventures with your wife need to be made public, Rosha? Why? This is why I put you in jail today. Could we not? Could we not, Rosha? You're scaring away the bitches. Honestly. Maybe...
You say this like I don't go out in public, do drugs and plow my wife at the same time in the middle of parks or nuns. Because we both love it?
You know what? You're grounded. You are not allowed to see your wife for the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks with no wife. You're grounded. You need to think about what you've done. Honestly, the profanities in my chat right now. Chat, I don't know what's gotten into him. Oh, I will. No. Don't make me make it 3 weeks. I need my cat scratching on the tower. Oh, baby. See, why can't you be like Nemi? Nemi is very shy and soft-spoken and, you know, very polite. Why can't you be like my other son? This dog's got a bumpy head. I remember, it kind of looked like a butt in the pictures. I hope that looks okay when I draw it out. Maybe I should round out this bit. Oh no, am I drawing on the wrong... No, I drew that whole thing on the wrong layer. This is your fault, Rosha. Fucking hell. Okay. If he's married, you can't ground him. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyway.
The only one who gets to pull me by a leash is my wife.
Oh my goodness. Please do not phrase it like that, my dear son. Okay, you know what? A month. No wife for a month. You're not just hurting yourself at this point, you're also hurting your wife.
Bullshit.
I mean it. I mean it. I'm gonna get your wife on the phone right now and tell her that you're grounded and that you're not allowed to see her anymore. And I'm gonna tell her that it's your fault. It'll be just like that time where I called Spider-Man because you weren't eating your vegetables. You remember how traumatic that was? Wait, what? Yeah, one time Rocher wasn't eating his vegetables,
The
so
bitches
I called
want
Spider-Man.
me. I
Cowards
remember
fear me.
projectile vomiting on you
My mom
after you
fucking
did tank
that.
my
Oh my
Reddit
god,
karma.
the demons. Rocher has been possessed by demons. Oh my god. Mum fucking tanked my Reddit karma. I did tank his Reddit karma. Also, yes, I do remember you projectile vomited on me after that because you were so scared that Spider-Man wasn't gonna be your friend anymore. But that's okay. I can handle your projectile vomit because your projectile vomit is like... What? It works the same way your sneezes do. When you sneeze, there's like little plants that grow everywhere. You just kind of vomit plants. I can deal with that. I'm gonna get your wife on the phone right now. Right now. I'm gonna call your wife. I'm gonna tell her you're grounded. But you know, if you apologize to my beautiful chat right now for all of the things that you've said tonight, then maybe I will take you out of jail and I will let you see your wife again. But you gotta apologize to my lovely viewers at home. Right, I think okay. We're definitely on the correct layer this time. This is good. Progress has been made. Damn it, I have no points to say
I am a
funny shit
political
anymore.
prisoner. Free me like a great Malcolm X.
You are not a political prisoner, Rosha. What?
My wife said she wanted to try a bad boy, so I'm just gonna take the punishment for the rep.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I hope she can deal with not seeing you for a whole month. It's okay. I'll let you send her letters from jail, okay? Just no visitation. Also, if you've run out of points, every now and again, not every now and again, I'm trying to do it more regularly, we have predictions. And like, I want to do more like, for lack of a better word, gambling streams, where like, I let you guys use points to like, basically gamble on certain predictions. So you should come around when we're doing one of our gambling streams. The next one, I think I want to do like something like another Smash Bros tournament like I did for my subathon, but I want to do it a little bit differently. Because I'm not gonna lie, that was probably... If I had to put all of the sections of my subathon on a tier list, it would be very close to the bottom, that section. So I want to add like a unique twist to it. Oh god, I remember losing everything. Oh yeah, that was you, wasn't it? And you were like, I remember, you were like, I've got no more points, I've got nothing. And we kept trying to like, the person, my co-host, was trying to put points back into the economy, but he accidentally kept winning all of the predictions, so he ended up hoarding all of the economy instead. That was pretty funny. I'm too used to being in channels I have like 150k in. Yeah, because you just sit and collect points. That's me with like, I think 2 of my friends. One of my friends, I'm deliberately not using any of the points because he has a redeem that's worth 69,420 points. And the title of the redeem just says, you know what you did. And that's really funny to me, so I'm gonna save up for that. And then the other one just doesn't have point redeems that I like. Which reminds me, chat, I want to add more point redeems to the streams. I want to give you guys more of an opportunity to interact and connect. I want you guys to get to know the real me, chat. So what kind of point redeems do you want? I'm going to be working on some different ways to integrate Tits. Because I know that Tits has a bunch of different features aside from just throwing a single item at me. So we're going to be working on that. I know Jake would love that. Free art? I've thought about it. It would be a really, really high priced one though, considering the amount of time it takes me to do this kind of stuff. But I have thought about it. Hi. Thanks, Jake. Activate what? Tits. Of course. Yes, right. Twitch integrated throwing system. What else could that have meant? Throwing multiple things. There's one feature that'll... It basically drops like a fuck ton of things on my head all at once. But I haven't figured out how to get it to work yet. So that would be a really cool one to have. I reckon you guys would love that one. I want that feature. I know you do. Yes, good. Tits with features. We love tits with features, but we also love tits without features. We just love tits in this house, chat. Thanks, Rogue. It always catches me so off guard when it's not Jake that's doing that. This is slightly off topic, but art related. Yesterday I played an indie game called Metamorphosis. The art was really good, but for the first time in my life, the animation style made me nauseous. Really? What was it called? Metamorphosis? indie game. I have to specify indie game because Metamorphosis is also the name, if I remember correctly, of a very specific not safe for work manga. That's really, really sad. Ooh, this looks cool. Alright, I might have to have a look at it proper off stream. That looks really cool. One of the classics, but it's expensive on your end, is outfit changes. Oh, funny you mentioned that. Funny you mentioned that. I have, actually, a whole bunch of outfits all ready to go. So yeah, I could probably add more outfit changes. We could do a little redeem where you get to change the outfit like on the fly, as opposed to me picking one for the stream. Don't forget the short story by Kafka. I haven't seen Kafka. I don't know what that short story is. It's not changed, is it? No outfit? No, we're not doing that. I do have an NSFW account, so if you really want to see that, it's over there. I don't post there very often though, but we're not gonna do that. Actually, let me see if I can get that waterfall thing from Tits to work now. I know I'm getting distracted, but we will. People, I'll just pick the underboob outfit every time. Yeah, it's true, they probably will. But it's a really cool outfit. It's a great outfit, actually. Alright, hang on chat. Let's see. I've got the Tits program open. I'm gonna have a look, see if I can figure out how to add the falling items. I don't think I'll be able to do it without like a YouTube tutorial. Whoops, that was me. But let's have a look. I think it's Trigger Manager? No, not Trigger Manager. No. Is there a... Hang on. I gotta move my to-do list because it's blocking the settings menu. Experimental throw equation. I don't know what that means. Graphics, anti-aliasing, full screen, VSync, FPS, ray tracing. Why do you need ray tracing for throwing system? API, hotkeys, border. Okay, it's not in there. They're in here? No. Okay, I don't know. I will have a look. Sorry, I keep throwing shit at myself. I will have a look off stream. If it was really quick and simple to do, I would have done it immediately, but no. Tits open on stream. The icons are covering the tits. Oh, were they? That is so funny. Ray tracing for ultra high definition tits. It's true. It's true. They would have been some really ultra high definition tits. I can't undo button won't work now. There we go. I genuinely don't know what it is about 4 AM to 5 AM, but I can just magically sense when my well decides to stop working, even in sleep, it pisses me off. That's pretty funny, I'm sorry. There we go. This is such a good couple. Such a good couple. But now all my brain is focused on is getting that effect to work. Like, I know I need to sit down and do my my commission, but now all my brain is thinking of is it can't be that hard to get that feature to work, right? It's like, no, you need to focus, Silv. You've been paid to draw this, Silv. But no, focus. My personal deep water well. Yeah, of course, of course. Jake, how could you not know? Oops, 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 oops. I went like 2 pixels out of line. Okay, 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 okay. This is pretty hunky-dory so far. Oops. I should have said anything. This is terrible, actually. There, that'll do. Sorry, I got a degree in math, not wells. Imagine getting a math degree, chat. Everyone point and laugh at this guy for getting a degree in math. Couldn't be me. I don't even know how to read numbers. Thank you, Skinner. If no one's got my back, I know Skinner's got my back. It doesn't add up. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Math? With letters? Look, I had credits to get it easy. Everybody point and laugh. Oh my god. It wasn't by choice? Sure. Sure thing. Those are words that I definitely believe. This dog's arm looks really weird all of a sudden. I'm sure it's fine. Points and wheeze. Excellent. It was to get my Pell Grant? What is a Pell Grant? I know, chat, I'm sorry. It's gonna bother me for the rest of the stream. And we have like 2 hours left to go, so I'm gonna figure out how to get this effect to work in tits. And you guys will love it. I know you will. I have a mirror in forensics. I have a minor in forensic science and criminal justice. That's cool. I'm pretty sure my cousin also has that. Standard grant that Americans can apply for when they go to college. Oh, cool. Okay, so this is... Oh, okay, so if I go... We'll never use it either. Aw, that's a shame. I swear all the time, and I never got a grant for it. Some people have all the luck. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, sometimes people do just have all the luck. Okay, I think it's in here. I'm really quickly gonna hop over here and turn off tits for a second. Nobody redeem tits, because if you do, it will not go off. Because I've turned it off for the time being. Mode, throw or bonk? I don't know what the difference is. Aim customization? No. Item customization? No. Trigger options. Maybe in here. Let's see. Oh, there's the falling. How did she get the falling to work? Okay, she doesn't actually say, she just shows it off. So, let me see. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna mute for a second, chat. I think I can see it, but the option that she has doesn't come up for me, so give me 1 minute. Okay, chat, I think I have got it. I think I've got it. Let me close this. Alright. I think I've got it. Bonk, I think, just drops straight down. No, Bonk is this one. Oh, hang on, I turned it off, I realized. Bonk is that one. I need to go into the back end of Twitch. Give me 1 second, guys. Right here. We're gonna go into viewer rewards, power-ups and channel points. Manage power-ups and channel points. We've got a new one. How much is activates hits? It's 200.
I want waffle fries.
I'm not giving you waffle fries. I'm giving you another chance to throw shit at me. Alright, I have no idea if it's synced up, so please nobody try it yet. I'm gonna try it myself. Awesome. So now you guys can throw stuff at me from the top. It's not quite what I wanted. Let me see if I can fix it up a bit. Let's put it like here. Let's do rain. I think rain is what we want. I think rain is what we want. So if we go with... No, that didn't work. Hang on. I'm getting there, chat. Screen relative? Let's just go auto. We'll go back to drop. Yeah, overlay reactive seems fine. Let's go with a bonk instead of a throw. No, that doesn't work. I'll go drop. Objects, that's fine. Trigger is fine. Amount to throw? Oh, I can let you throw multiple things. Let's heads up, let's let you drop like 10 things. I think that's fair. Auto detection, I don't know what that is. Okay, I think. I'm gonna go back to sleep now. Oh, good night. Have a good night. There you go. That's what you guys want, right? That's what you guys want, right? There you go. There it is. No. You know what? Because you get to throw 10 items instead of 1. Oh my god. Stop. I'm gonna make it 500 points. I'm gonna make it 500 points. Save. Done. 500 now. Because you get to throw more. There's a banana stuck in my hair. Chat, what have you done? Get it out! Okay, it's gone now. Thank you. Preach, chat. Preach. Oh dear. Bananaed. Oh god. Maybe this was a mistake. It is very noise. Okay. Let me see if I can turn down the volume of it in here. Delay, cooldown. I don't think I can turn down the volume in here. Maybe it's in settings. Top, bottom, left, right, show preview. Sensitivity, recovery time. Oh, here. There you go. I turned it down by like 50%. You think 500 will stop me? No, but I think it's fair. Like 200 points for 1 item, 500 for 10. Oh, actually, I can't hear the sound at all now. What happened? Do you guys still hear it? I hope you do. I can't hear it anymore. Hang on. Oh, there's a bit stuck in my hair. Oh, it's not there. It's here. Let's put it there. It's faint, but it's there. I didn't realize it would fuck with it that badly. Okay, okay. that should be alright now. Sorry. Yeah, okay, that should be alright. Hopefully that's not nearly as, deafening as it was before. Need a bar of soap with bubbles. You know, I can make custom items as well. At the moment, I'm just using the default items, but I can make custom ones.
What's Forrest Gump's password? 1Forrest1.
Oh, that was almost funny enough for me to consider letting you out of jail, Rosha. I'm not gonna lie. It's an oldie but a goodie. I do love that joke. Alright, back on topic. Back to getting my work done. I hope you guys like the heads up redeem. It took an entire, like, what, 5 minutes to put together? I know there's more stuff that you can do with, the throwing system. I just need time to actually sit and play with it. Maybe when this stream ends, once I do my clips, I'll sit down and I'll play with it a little bit. Alright, and then now there's just a line down here. That's gonna be his other, like, paw, the end of his other paw. There we go. Nice, 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 nice. Look at how cleaned up this is getting, guys. We've almost done, like, half of the characters in this picture. Maybe we will finish the line art by the end of the stream, who knows? There we go. Alright, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish this dog and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick because I only just realized that I need to pee and I don't know how long I've needed to pee for, but now I know I need to pee, so I should probably go pee. I'm gonna finish off this dog first. I think we just need the... yeah, we just need the eyes. And then we can go have a really quick pee break. I don't know why I'm set on finishing this dog before I go pee. Like, I really only need 5 minutes to pee. But I mean, only his eyes need to be done, so I may as well just finish this part of the piece. That way I can go pee, and I can come back and do a completely different part of the piece. Does anyone else do that? Like the whole like, oh, like for example, I need to pee, or like, oh, I need to eat, or I really need to take a break, but I'm gonna do this first, and then I've like earned the right to go and do the thing that I need to do. Like reward-based human rights, basically. It's kind of fucked up when I word it like that, but that's basically how my brain operates sometimes. Consistency, yeah. I just like the idea of completely finishing something before I take a break or eat or do what I need to do. That way when I come back, like, that part of the piece is done and I can start a completely new part of it. Like right now, doggy is done. Now I can move on over here. But before we do, I'm gonna save first of all. If anyone else is working on a digital project, now is the time to save your work. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Have fun. Don't throw too much shit at me while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Did you guys behave? Are we all- Stop! Oh my goodness, Jake. Why do you set fire to the chat every time I go to the bathroom? This is a trend for you. Do I need to ban the fire emoji? Great, now my vase has fallen down and it's your fault, Jake. Eh. There we go. Stop it! You wouldn't. I would. Don't test me. I fucking would. Especially because that fire emote, for whatever reason, does not work with my emote wall. Like, I'm sure you guys have noticed, but I have an emote wall, so whenever people use any emotes in my chat, they pop up on the screen. But for some reason, that specific fire emoji does not work. There are other fire emojis that do work, but for some reason it's not that one. It's like 85% of my personality in your chat. Yeah, and the other, like, 15% is you throwing shit at me. So if I take away the fire, then, like, that's a good 85% of who you are just gone. I will do it. Don't test me. Oh, hang on. This is gonna be a tricky one, because I don't want it to get too thickums. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Bonk. Alright, if I can at the very least finish the line art in this stream, then I'll do the flat colors probably first thing tomorrow morning off stream, and then I can, hopefully, provided the commissioner likes it, call this finished, and then I can move on to my other two. That's 14, and then the 1% is me getting timed out. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. That makes sense. Forgive me. I'm not the math major here. Those are such cute emotes. I love those. That's the other thing. I want to eventually upgrade the emotes in my chat. My current emotes are based off of my cat, Nemi. Which I'm sure a lot of you at this point know, and a lot of you at this point have probably seen Nemi as well. But I think I want to get some Rosha themed emotes instead. Keep it more on brand, because Rosha is always here, and Nemi is really camera shy, so like most of the time you guys don't get to see or hear him. Maybe we'll get some themed after the model itself. But the thing is, I have so many different outfits that I don't know which outfit I would put the emotes in. So many. I have like 6 outfits. Why am I getting made fun of for getting a degree in math? You know what? 1, it's funny. 3, I don't think anyone here knows how to count. And D, it's funny. Ooh, I keep clicking the wrong tool by accident. Look at the progress. You have to be held accountable for your actions. Exactly. Exactly what Dengrave said. You need to be held accountable for your actions. You're the one who chose to get a math degree. This is just the consequences that come from that. Ooh, yikes. This is gonna come in like this. These are gonna be gone. These are gonna be gone. Oh. I'm not gonna lie, it would have been really nice to have the line art already done by now, but I am happy with how it's coming out. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah. Sorry. Sometimes you gotta hype yourself up, chat. Oops. There we go. You know, if they put getting made fun of by Twitch streamer in the fine print, I might have gone into theater instead. Theater is based. You probably still would have been made fun of, just by a different streamer though, I'm gonna be honest. Plus, look, listen. Usually when people bully other people, a big part of that is because of their own insecurities. Jake, I failed math so hard in school. I was really, really good at time, specifically, but I was not very good at basically anything else. I got almost completely straight D's in math my entire schooling career. In fact, right now, in modern day, sometimes I can't even read numbers properly. Especially if there's too many of them all jumbled together. I can't read numbers. I will continue to bully you though. Just because I'm self-aware that it comes from my failure at math in school does not mean that I'm self-aware enough to stop doing it. I will continue to point and laugh at you. Go. Oh my god, it's looking so nice, chat. It's looking so nice. There we go. My voice is going. I don't know why my voice is going. I've been drinking tea all night. How bizarre. Strange, even. BRB, nature calls. I don't want her to reverse the charges. Go. Go pee. If you hold in your pee, that's how you get kidney stones. You should go and pee right now. Reconsidering my Twitch Prime usage? Oh, well, now let's not get too hasty there, Jake. Let's not make any rash decisions now, Jake. Let's be rational about this. Get your finger off the unsubscribe button. Let's be rational about this. We can be adults, right? What would Skinner think? You and Skinner chill for me multiple times. What would Skinner think? Actually, is Skinner even still here? She probably went to sleep. She's been working really, really hard lately. She deserves some good rest. They would just time me out. Yeah, you're probably right, they would. Went to dog training. Oh, did I miss the message? Oh, damn. I hope they have fun at dog training then. That sounds like such a cool job. I'm not gonna lie though, every time dog training is mentioned, or like Skinner says she's going to dog training, I always think of the fucking Nintendogs. Anyone who played Nintendogs, you remember those like little competitions that you could enter your dogs in? And you would like have to guide them with like the stylus and your voice. Like that's every time someone mentions dog training, I think of those Nintendogs competitions. I haven't played Nintendogs in such a long time. I used to have, I think like what, 3 different copies of Nintendogs? They were all on my cute little, perfectly legal R4 card. And then my R4 card like exploded basically. Because Nintendo released a new update for their DSi XLs. And the software basically like bricked my R4 card. It was really sad. Because the thing is, like, I was maybe like 10 or 11. I didn't know what an R4 card was. I didn't know that it was illegal. It was given to me. Why am I being punished? You know what I mean? That's kind of what it felt like. But yeah, I haven't played Nintendo's in ages. My parents got us real dogs after that. And, I much prefer taking care of my cat. Because cats do still need personal attention. They do still need that kind of love and affection and playtime and cuddles. But they are also a lot more independent than dogs. Which reminds me, I don't know where Nemi's gone, but I should probably give him his playtime before bed. Is my music still playing? I was able to faintly hear it before, but now I can't hear anything. Oh, I don't think it is. Hello? Are you still playing? Okay, it is. It's just really quiet now all of a sudden. Let me turn it up a bit. For you guys, at least. Not for me. There we go. That'll do it. Me being given access to LimeWire? Oh, God. What was LimeWire again? I don't actually remember. I was just a kid. LimeWire. Oh, yeah, this. Yes, I know what this is. Oh, wow, now the music's really loud all of a sudden. Let me... Okay, there we go. That should be hunky-dory and fine. I don't think I ever used LimeWire. I did, when I was younger, get into pirating games pretty young. Because, like, I grew up with a lot of really, really old, well, old by the time I was born, consoles. And so, a lot of the games that were coming out when I was growing up, I didn't actually get to play. I played a lot of the old school, like, early to mid-90s kind of games. And so when I was like in high school, I got into piracy a lot because I wanted to play the games that were coming out when I was growing up. And yeah, my dad used to pirate a lot of games for us too. That's the thing, like, when I was growing up, like, not anymore, my parents are quite well off now, but when I was growing up, my parents were really, really, really poor. Like, I reckon they were, like, below the poverty line, I'm gonna say. But they did a really, really good job at keeping me blissfully unaware of just how poor we were. And I honestly do think that my dad pirating games for me was a big part of that. Like, genuinely, I'm not even being sarcastic. I reckon if he didn't pirate games for me, and I had the same old rickety old toys that I had, because I didn't get really new toys super often, but I always got new video games somehow, and I reckon that if he didn't do that, I probably would have been a little more aware of my parents' financial states, and I probably would have grown up to be one of those kids that, like, shouldn't have had to worry about family finances, but did anyway, you know? It's so weird to think of that, like, because that's technically, like, my story is, like, a pro-piracy argument, which is very strange to think about, but, like, I don't know. It gave me the chance to still kind of be a kid and have a childhood despite, you know, being dirt poor when I was younger. And like I said, nowadays my parents are very well off. My parents have worked very hard for what they have, and they don't pirate anymore. The second they were able to afford that kind of stuff for me and my siblings, they stopped pirating. Back, did I miss anything? We have the new a new redeem called Heads Up. I don't know if you were here when I put that through. I kind of forgot who was and wasn't here. But this is what it does. Oh, there you go. I didn't even get to redeem it. Jake redeemed it. So it's a little bit more than the than the activate tits. It's like 300 points more, but that's because you get to throw 10 items instead of 1. Which I think is fair. Oh yeah, I pirate stuff all the time. Yeah. I was literally just saying my parents did it a lot when I was younger. And I think that was a big contributing factor into me not realizing just how poor we were when I was younger. And again, I say were because I cannot stress it enough. My parents are very well off now. Like, they're okay financially now. We don't need to worry about them. They're doing fantastic. But when I was younger, yikes. And I didn't know about it until I was like way older. Sorry, my foot's itchy. Yeah. If something is not for sale, but I know where to grab it, I'm gonna grab it. That's so funny, because the other day I spent pretty much the whole day. I started at like 2 p.m. I think, and I couldn't get it working until I think it was either 8:30 or 9 p.m. But I spent a good chunk of my night cracking this Nintendo Wii that I got for free like a year or 2 years ago. And the main reason why I did it is because there's this game that I played on the Wii when I was a kid that I was really, really nostalgic for, and it ended up getting ported to the Switch, but the Switch port is worth like $70, and like I've mentioned time and time again, I'm currently disabled and do not have stable income. I rely very heavily on Etsy shop sales and commissions, so I don't buy nice things for myself. All that money goes to like keeping my place afloat. And so when I saw that it had been ported to the Switch, but it was $70, I was like, no, I can't afford that, but I still want to be able to like reminisce on this game. So I spent the entire afternoon hacking my Wii so that I could get the Wii version of it to work. And we did. We got it to work. There was the reason why it took an entire afternoon is because every time I got one element of the system to work, something would go wrong, and I would have to go back and fix it, and then I would fix it, but then something else would go wrong. Thankfully, I never bricked the Wii, because if I had bricked the Wii, I probably would have just cried. But we got it working, and now we have, like, a bunch of games. Well, not a bunch, but, like, we're getting there. A bunch of games from, like, when I was a kid, when my partner was a kid, and we're just kind of slowly loading it all into the Wii. Like I once said, if I win a substantial amount of money, I will commission you. I appreciate that, Rogue. It's never necessary, but I always appreciate the thought. I'm working on a bunch of new products for my Etsy shop that I'm really, really hoping... Because my business does have a substantial amount of money tucked away. And I'm going to use that money to, like, make some new products to hopefully boost my sales a little bit more. Because I would like to be able to support at least myself and my cat while I'm not physically capable of working. So hopefully that goes well. But yeah, I appreciate the thought. It's very sweet. Alright. But yeah, no, we've got a bunch of, like, I keep saying bunch. We don't have a bunch. We've got, like, a couple of games on our Wii at the moment. I have to download more. I keep forgetting to download more. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll download them while I'm working during the day, and then I forget. But the thing is, my TV doesn't take AV cables, so I have this AV to HDMI, like, port thing, which is how we're able to get it to work. And what I really want to test is if that AV to HDMI port works with my Elgato. Because if it does, then I'll be able to start streaming Wii games directly from the Wii, as opposed to, like, getting Dolphin Emulator working. And I've used Dolphin Emulator for GameCube games before, no issue, but I really don't like playing Wii games on the Dolphin Emulator. And now that I have a Wii, I don't have to. Hopefully. Let's just pray that the AV to HDMI works with my system. The pipes are clean. I am so glad that you have had your pipes cleaned. Thank you very much. Thank you for telling us this. I'm very happy for you, genuinely. I don't know if I sound sarcastic or not, but I am genuine in my appreciation for this knowledge. There we go. Lol. I just gotta, like, you know, we gotta make sure that people are going to the bathroom when they need to go to the bathroom. We can't be holding that shit in, it's not healthy. Phrasing. I know. I kinda overdid it with that one. The world has to know these things for the betterment of humanity. I agree. That's why I'm cheering you on, my dude. I'm so happy for you. I really hope that you are an inspiration to everybody else in this chat to make sure that they go to the bathroom when they need to go to the bathroom. But yeah, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the Wii. So like, if you guys have any like Wii games that you would recommend, not Wii U, where we're not gonna crack our Wii U. I don't think my partner wants to until we get a second one, just in case. But if you have any Wii games that you would recommend, let me know. We thought it would be really funny to download Sonic Unleashed for the Wii because my partner's been playing through the Xbox 360 version and he's been going through hell. And the Wii version is like the worst version of Sonic Unleashed, so we thought it would be really funny. I don't know if we'll commit to that. If I download it, then I'm worried that he might try and play it, and that's not good. Thank you. Accept roses on the stage. Yes, excellent. Whatever you do not play Skyward Sword. Really? I think my partner really enjoyed Skyward Sword. I don't remember. Is it to do with like the archery? I think I vaguely remember a Legend of Zelda game on the Wii that had like a really bad archery mechanic. I don't know if that's it though. We're currently playing this cute little cozy, basically mini game collection called Go Vacation. It's a game that I grew up with a lot when I was a kid. My siblings and I loved it. You basically get 4 hub worlds, which are like 4 different resort islands. There's like a city, a beach, like the snowy mountains, and this other one that I just call England. It's like, you know, old castles, lots of hills, like there's horse riding. I don't know why, but I just associate it with England. And like in those 4 hub worlds, there's a bunch of like mini holiday themed like mini games. Like I think we did the other night we did like ATV tricks, scuba diving, like skydiving, like a whole bunch of like itty bitty mini games. But then in the hub worlds there's also like a bunch of secret chests to collect, and those chests have like outfits and stuff for like your home, because you also get a home that you can decorate. It's a cozy collection of mini games essentially, and it meant a lot to me when I was a kid, and that was the game that made me spend an entire afternoon like hacking my Wii so that I could play it again. So that's what we're playing at the moment. There are a couple of others, but those ones are ones that we kind of want to save for a stream that we're going to do together, so I'm not going to tell you what they are. Yes, it was just awful. Okay, so Skyward Sword is the one with the weird bow and arrow mechanic. Okay. Is it because it's motion controls? My partner hates motion controls. I love them because I was like born in the era of motion controls. Love is maybe a strong word. I have a better handle on them than he does. Sorry, I don't know why my throat is so scratchy today. Okay. There we go. let's just say interesting idea, poor execution. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially for the Wii. The Wii would have had a lot of rough patches. Oh, I just had an idea. So, my partner is a massive Project Zero fan. He loves that series. I've played the first game, and I watched him play the second game. It's interesting. I don't think it's my cup of tea, but I would sit down and play them. They just wouldn't be my first pick. He's always talking about how the Wii version was like... I can't remember exactly what he said, but he always brings up the Wii version when we talk about that game. I think it's because it was the definitive edition or something. So I should download Project Zero 2 for the Wii. I think that would be really funny. We'll play a good old-fashioned horror game with motion controls, chat. What do you think? I kind of wish they could make a really good Altered Beast reboot. What is Altered Beast? I've never heard of that before. Let's see. Oop, almost dropped my phone. Altered Beast. Oh! Oh, this looks like an old game. PlayStation 2, yeah. I love the PlayStation 2 era, honestly. Oh, it was also on the Sega Genesis. I love the PlayStation 2 era. That might be one worth giving a shot. Oh, sorry. I have to keep shuffling around because my knees are particularly bad at the moment. There we go. The PlayStation 2 era was the beginning of the golden age of gaming. I honestly think so. I really do. It was also a really, really good time specifically for horror gaming. Which it's something I really want to return to this year. I have a little bit, but not like fully dived into it. Because when I first started my Twitch channel, like, oh god, it's almost 5 years ago. I think it's 5 years ago in June. I used to do a lot of story-driven games, but I also did a lot of horror games. And I stepped away from it a long time ago because I just needed a break from them, and I never fully went back. But I think now is a good time to really dive back into it. I want to do the Resident Evil games again. I've done 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 on stream. I did 5 off stream, but we're going to be doing it on stream, hopefully with my partner, because it's really fun multiplayer. I don't know if I want to commit to 6, but I also have 0, 1, and the Revelations series. So maybe we'll dedicate like a whole month to doing nothing but Resident Evil. I'm going to be so tired of Resident Evil by the end of that month, but it could be interesting. You transform in stages into a werewolf, a dragon, and a were-tiger. Dude, a were-tiger? That sounds base. Don't play 6, it's not worth it. My partner and I have played through one story in 6. That's the Jake and Cheryl story. And I'm gonna be so for real, if Resident Evil 6 was just about Jake and Cheryl, it probably would be my favorite Resident Evil game. The chemistry that Jake and Cheryl have is so fun. My partner and I played it up so much, because we like to do a bit of ad-lib sometimes, and like riff off each other. So, it was really, really cute. I really liked Jake and Cheryl, and if that's what the whole game was, then it would have been perfect. But I shit you not, we tried to play through the other stories and we could not sit through it. We got a decent chunk of the way through Chris Redfield's story. I remember ages ago we got maybe like a full 20 minutes into Leon's story and then we stopped. I think we got maybe halfway through Chris's and then we stopped. Like, it's just... I don't know. There was potential. I don't know what went wrong. Oh god, my friends did a playthrough of RE6 and they were yelling at each other. It was fun to watch. See, the thing is, my partner and I have, not to brag or anything, but we have, like, for the most part, really, really good communication. So when it comes to these kind of games, we don't really get mad at each other or yell at each other because we kind of understand how they work. It's like at a point where a bunch of couples would like play It Takes Two, and they would like, you know, It Takes Two tested our relationship, or we broke up because of It Takes Two and stuff like that, and like how this game was supposed to be really, really fun for couples, but our communication, it was so good that It Takes Two was actually really boring for us. We were just like, okay, do the thing. And I'm like, all right, done the thing. And we tried to make it fun. Like, we tried to, like, play it while we were having drinks so that we would kind of fuck around with each other a little bit more. We tried a bunch of things to make that game more interesting, but at the end of the day, our communication was too effective and it made the game boring. And I don't think... I mean, Resident Evil 6 might be the game that does it. It might. Because I've heard atrocious things about that game. But, I don't know. Eventually we are gonna play it. My partner is a completionist at heart, and so he started the game, he has to finish it. So eventually we are gonna have to sit down and play it. But when we go to play it again, I think we're gonna deliberately leave Jake and Cheryl's story until last, because that's the best part of the game. They're really cute, guys. And Resident Evil 5 was also really, really fun. And to be fair, I probably only think it was fun because I played it with my partner instead of having a computer as the other player. But it was really good. It got kind of boring towards the end, but I wouldn't say it was a bad game. I had a lot of fun with it. I'm really, really hoping that the Resident Evil 5 remake comes soon. I know that it's supposed to be Resident Evil 9 now, because Capcom does this trend where they release a remake, and then they release a new game, and then they release a remake, and then they release a new game, and like that's kind of the trend that they've been going for so far. So I think the next release is going to be Resident Evil 9, because Resident Evil 4 Remake was the last release. But I really hope Resident Evil 5 is like soon. Honestly, I would prefer a Code Veronica remake before Resident Evil 5, but I would really like to see Resident Evil 5. You know what you should play at some point? Baldur's Gate 3. I've played a tiny bit of Baldur's Gate 3 with my friend Henry, from Muffin Zone. I don't think that would be a good game for me to stream, because the way I play that game is if the NPCs don't immediately capture my attention, I either ignore the side quest or I kill them. You know? So there's going to be a whole bunch of content that I'll miss that I know people will get angry at me for missing. And I don't know, like, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 would be a good game for me to stream. It might be fun for me to play, but I don't think it would be good content for me. Same with most, like, RPG-based games. I like them, but I don't think streaming RPGs would be a really good move for me in the long run. And yes, I'm cheating. I'm copy-pasting the feet. What are you gonna do about it? But yeah, I also want to replay the original Silent Hill series. Silent Hill 2 Remake was really good, but there was a lot of stuff that it did that basically recontextualized a lot of the very common fan theories from the original game. Like, the most important one was that, like, Pyramid Head was supposed to be James's, like, suppressed violent and sexual desires, and, like, the main piece of evidence for that theory was when you see him in the hotel room and he basically looks like he's molesting one of the other monsters. In the remake, they changed it so that he's not, like, molesting one of the monsters. He's just, like, you know, throwing them around or whatever. And then the developers of the original Silent Hill 2 were like, oh yeah, it was always meant to be the way it is in the remake. He was never supposed to be, like, a hypersexual creature thing. And it's so interesting just how much the original game and, like, the original symbolism and stuff has been recontextualized because of the remake. And I still think about it a lot, because Silent Hill 2 is not what we thought it was for the past, like, 20-something years. Like, it's a completely different narrative to what a lot of people speculated it to be all those years ago, and I don't think the fandom was ready for that. I loved it, but still, I think I would really, really like to return to the original Silent Hill 2. I have it on, like, I have a physical PlayStation 2 copy of it, and I have a functional PlayStation 2, so I would really, really like to stream it on real hardware. I don't know how far I'll get, because the last time I booted up Silent Hill 2 on my PlayStation, I actually couldn't play the game because I just started crying, because I was so excited to finally have a physical copy. I just started bawling, and I haven't booted it up on the PlayStation since then. But yeah, I want to play through the original Silent Hills. I have a physical copy of the first Silent Hill game too for the PS1. But from memory, it's a Japanese copy, so I don't know if I can even play it on my PlayStation 2. I will have to do a quick test, because I would also like to play through the first game again. And then, yeah, I've got Fatal Frame in the US, Project Zero everywhere else. I have Project Zero 2, or my partner has Project Zero 2 on the PlayStation 2, so I could play that on physical hardware as well. I'm just really excited at the idea of playing games on physical hardware, chat. It's something else. It feels really nice. Alright, there we go. Oh, I think that knee comes up a bit too high. There we go. Completely off topic. Does anyone else have a microwave that has a lock feature? What? Why does a microwave need a lock feature? That's so weird. No, I've actually never even heard of a microwave having a lock feature. Maybe my microwave does and I've just never used it. I don't know. We paid like almost $400 for our microwave. Maybe it does have a lock feature. My partner wanted to only pay like, I think it was 50. I think the one he wanted to get was double digits price. And I kept saying no because it looked ugly. And he goes, but Silv, we're poor, and it's a very good, cost-effective microwave. And I said, yeah, but it looks ugly. And so we ended up paying almost $400 for one that I thought was aesthetically pleasing. Which is so funny, because we bought it home, and then we realized that it was basically just the exact same microwave that I had before. Which I thought was really funny. I know what I like, what can I say? But why do you ask, Jake? Are you currently dealing with a microwave that has a lock feature? I used my friend's microwave and I went to open it and I had to push the unlock button. Oh, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense now. I'm assuming that's like to stop little kids from opening the microwave and accidentally pouring hot food on themselves. That makes sense. So you have to like, I'm guessing you have to be pushing the button as you open the door. It's kind of like a child-proof lock type thing. You know what? Now that I think about it from that angle, the whole like stopping kids from accidentally burning themselves, that actually makes a lot of sense. And we're gonna keep them small because the line variation is gonna make them thicker. Yeah. There we go. It's so cute. This is gonna be the most complicated part of the line art, I
Champagne,
think, because this is
cocaine, gasoline, and most things in between. I roam the city in a shopping cart. A pack of camels and a smoke alarm. This night is heating up. Raise hell and turn it up. Saying if you go on, you might pass out in a drain pipe. Oh, yeah, don't threaten me with a good time.
You know, Rosha, you were so well behaved for so long, I was tempted to let you out of jail. Now, I think you're going to stay there. At least for the rest of the stream. Which is like, what, an hour? I just looked at the time, I was like, oh. Alright. Like I was saying, before Rosha decided to very rudely interrupt me, I think this is going to be the most complicated part of the line art, simply because this is a character holding one of their pets, and this character is also the only one that is clothed. So, a little more detail has to go into this person's stuff, but that is okay. I have an hour to hopefully finish this part, and then I can color it off stream tomorrow morning, and then it's done. This is just a flat color, there's going to be no shading to this one, which I appreciate. It would have been fun to like shade this, but it also would have been very time consuming and a lot more expensive, so... And I have a tiny bit of a backlog to get through, so... Oh yeah, this character had furry arms. Okay. Let's start here. Nice, nice, nice. He's just a fan of Panic at the Disco. I know, but still. He needs to behave. I hate that if I sit up on the bed, a Saint Bernard just comes and invades my personal space. I mean, you agreed to pet sit. Every time I leave my desk, to like have a break or go to the bathroom or like have lunch or whatever I'm getting up for, my cat will always like perk up, stare at me for maybe like 2 to 3 minutes, and then he will get up and he will start bothering me, and I won't be allowed to sit back down at my desk until I give him either like 10 minutes worth of pets minimum, or I play with him for a little while. And sometimes he doesn't even wait for me to get up from my desk. He will jump onto my desk and he will get between me and my monitor. So I can't do the things that I need to do until I give him what he wants. Which, on one hand, yeah, is kind of annoying, but on the other hand, it makes sure that I spend time with him. It makes sure that I get up and take breaks when I need to, especially now. I need to take them more often because sitting down too long hurts my knee. And he's just so cute. I can't really stay mad at him. Now we're gonna come up here. So no, don't like that, Luna. I want to kind of keep it, yeah, like that. it would be nice to take a break once the stream is done. Doing line art for like almost 4 unbroken hours does a number on my wrist, because fun fact, on top of having fucked up knees, I also have weak nerves in my left hand, which is my dominant hand. So I need to be very careful to not overdo it when I'm drawing and stuff. I'm just full of issues. That's not the way I wanted to phrase that, but yeah, that's basically it. There we go. Ooh. If cyberware was a thing, you'd need a chrome leg and arms. Sometimes I daydream about that. Like, the idea is horrifying to me on one end, but on the other end, it would be nice to not be in pain all the time. You know what I mean? It's something I think about a lot. I don't think I would jump on it right away, especially with my mum in my ear. Like, I discovered a little bit ago that quite possibly the only way for my knee to start recovering is to have surgery, which I can't have for a long time because I'm still waiting for the waiting period in my health insurance, my private health insurance, to like end so that I can redeem it. But my mum was like, Silv, you're still young, what if this surgery goes wrong and it permanently fucks up your knee? And on one hand, she's right, I don't want to be disabled for the rest of my life, but on the other hand, I've already been disabled for almost a full year now, and if it permanently fucks up my knee, then it just means I'm gonna spend the rest of my life living how I've already been living for a year, you know? And if that's the only way to fix, like, to have a chance at fixing my leg, then it's like, maybe I should just take it. But she would absolutely have the exact same mentality about getting, like, mechanical replacements for my arms and legs. She would not be happy with it. I saw a Doggo streamer and had to check it out. Hi from the lands of Jack and Daxter games. Oh, really? Jack and Daxter? That's so cool. Oh my god, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's so sweet. My partner and I went to a retro gaming store ages ago, and we happened to see physical copies of the entire Jack trilogy on the PlayStation 2. And I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanted to get them because I have a friend who basically grew up on the Jack and Daxter games, and I haven't played them, and so I was super keen to, you know, kind of get a glimpse into their childhood, you know? But we couldn't buy them because they were a little on the pricier side. How was Jack and Daxter? I heard that in those games, like, the further into the series you get, the darker and more serious those games get. It's not like Ratchet and Clank, from what I've heard. I think Ratchet and Clank mostly keeps the lighthearted tone throughout the series, whereas Jack and Daxter gets darker and darker the further you get. Ratchet and Clank is also a game that I really want to play. I've never played the Jack and Daxter. I keep mixing up Jack and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank now. I haven't played either of those series, but both of them are on my list, is what I'm trying to say. It's your body parts, not hers, and if she doesn't like you not being in pain, then tough shit. Yeah, I think the thing is, she doesn't want me to pay thousands upon thousands of dollars, which I won't be. I'll only be paying max $500 once my private health insurance kicks in. But I don't think she wants me to pay money for a maybe, you know? Because my specialist has said that my case is so complicated that they can't even guarantee that the surgery will work. He looked me dead in the eye and he said, I'm gonna be, like, for real with you, there is a decent chance that this surgery won't do anything for your knee. And I think that's what she's worried about. She doesn't want me to spend money and go under the knife on a maybe. But I promised her, I'm waiting, like, I have to wait like 8 months or so anyway before I can get approved for the surgery. So I promised her that I would spend my waiting period doing whatever I can to try and heal it naturally. I've been doing physiotherapy, which unfortunately has not been helping in the slightest. I'm probably going to be getting like a gym membership so that I can work out my knee like every other day, if not every day. I've got a whole bunch of stuff that I'm planning on doing, and then if by the time that time passes I'm still in incredible pain, then I'm gonna do the surgery anyway. I know she won't be happy with that, but at least she won't be able to say that I didn't try, you know? I never met, I don't know, I never met them. I was too busy eating chili dogs with Sonic the Hedgehog. I only met them during my time in their racing games, Jak and Daxter Combat Racing. Ooh, I didn't know Jak and Daxter had a racing game. Also, Sonic fan, hi. That's based. Do you want to see the line art for my Metal Sonic drawing that I was doing before the stream started? I've never drawn Metal Sonic before, so it was a pain in the ass. Do I still have him open? I do. Here he is. This is Metal Sonic. Massive pain in the ass to draw. But I got there. He's going to be a massive pain in the ass to color as well, but that's okay. We love him. We stan. I'm a massive Metal Sonic fan, but like I've never drawn him before today, and it's so like when I really think about it, I'm like, damn, why not? Why haven't I? Probably because he's like a mech, and I don't like drawing mechs generally. You're more of a Jet the Hawk fan? Oh, you'll really like my other streamer friend, Dennis, Dizzy Dennis. He is a massive Jet the Hawk and like Babylon Rogues fan. He does a lot of Sonic content actually. You should check out Dizzy Dennis on Twitch if you like Sonic content. I forget, what do you think about Metal Sonic and Amy as a ship? Obviously I have my preferred ships, but I also just really like the shipping culture in Sonic in general. So generally speaking, I'm a fan of most ships. I think they're really cool, like cute. It took me a while to warm up to Met Amy, I think is what the ship is called, Met Amy. Because the whole like, oh, he kidnapped her and like that sort of thing. But like, I'm a Beauty and the Beast fan, so like I have no room to judge. I think Met Amy is really cute. I like the idea of Amy kind of teaching Metal Sonic how to have his own identity outside of Sonic. I just think that's really cute. Like, there's a lot of hurdles you would have to jump over. Like, for example, there would be people who think that Amy is only dating Metal because he's a Metal version of Sonic. And, like, obviously, like I said, you've got the whole, oh, he kidnapped her and blah blah blah, like, thing. But I think it's cute. I think Amy is such a kind and empathetic character that she wouldn't hold it against Metal, like the events of CD. I don't think she does at all. I think it's really cute. If I had to pick a ship for Amy, I would say I am pretty vanilla. I like Son Amy. I do like Blaze Amy as well, because Blaze, before her backstory got retconned in Sonic 06, her original backstory was that she was basically her dimension's version of Sonic, which, like, she still has her own identity and her own characteristics and her own personality, but she fills the role that Sonic would fill in her dimension. And because I like Son Amy, and I think Sonic has feelings for the kind of person that Amy is, it also makes perfect sense that Sonic's interdimensional counterpart would also find Amy to be cute and, like, have feelings for her. So I like Son Amy, I like Blaze Amy. What other Amy ships do I like? I understand why people like Shad Amy, but Shad Amy's not really my thing. I think the fan art of Shad Amy is absolutely adorable. Like I said, I really just like any Sonic ships in general. I really like the shipping culture of the Sonic fandom. It's matured a lot over the years. So I do really like Shad Amy, like, fan art and fan comics, but Shad Amy is, like, not really my thing. Neither is Silv Amy. Unless the Silv in Silv Amy is me. So yeah, Surge Amy. I do really enjoy Surge Amy. I think that's really cute. I really like... Actually, yeah, I think now that I really think about it, it's probably just those three. If I had to put them... Oh, I do kind of like Med Amy. I won't lie, I do kind of like Med Amy. If I had to put my Amy ships in like a tier list, it'd be like Son Amy on the top, and then probably like Med Amy and Blaze Amy like second, and then maybe Surge Amy underneath. I do really enjoy Surge Amy. I do really like lesbian Surge. I'm gonna be so for real. But, I don't know. Do you like Rouge? What kind of question is that? Yes, I love Rouge. I love my Latina woman. She's great. I personally headcanon, like, Sonic as Aero Ace. But if Sonic had to be in a relationship, one, Son Amy, but my little guilty pleasure is Sonic, Knuckles, and Rouge in a polycule. But like Sonic and Rouge aren't dating each other; they're more like best friends. They're both dating Knuckles, and that's my preferred like Sonic throuple. Sonic, Rouge, and Knuckles, and I think that's really cute. I really like it. I saw a cosplayer of her at my last convention. Oh, really? I love a good Sonic cosplay. The last art market that I was at, I was hosting a table, and there was this Son Amy couple that kept walking around, and every time they walked by, I got really, really excited because my partner knows I love seeing cosplayers. And they kept walking past my table. I think they walked past my table a total of like 3 times, and I really, really wanted them to come over because I really wanted to like compliment their cosplay, right? Eventually day 1 like ends, and they never came back to the table, and I was really, really sad. But then day 2, I noticed they were back at the convention, and I got all hype again. And once again, they kept walking past my table the entire con. It wasn't until like I think well into the second half of day 2, they finally came by, saw my like pin board that had all of my Sonic pins, my Sonic keyrings, sorry, and they looked at not me, they looked at my boyfriend, and they were like, "Hey, are you the artist who did the Sonic pins?" And I was trying so hard to be polite. Before I could say anything, my partner goes, "Oh no, they're not mine, they're hers," and he like points to me. And they were so excited. They gave me this like gold bracelet, and they were like, "Oh, we're giving out rings to every Sonic artist that we see at this convention." And so now I have a Sonic ring given to me by this beautiful Amy Rose cosplayer. I just love Sonic cosplays. They're really good. Honestly, I never really did the shipping thing, so my first attempt at it was answering your ship question. I spent most of my life with Sonic and his friends and enemies. My fave ships are Egg Amy. Ooh, I've never heard of Egg Amy before. Okay, no, wait. I'll hear you out. Wait. Is there fan art of this ship? Okay, no. We're not gonna judge. I'm so curious. Okay, there's not a lot of it. There's not a lot of it at all. I'm mostly seeing Amy Rose, like, dressed up as Eggman. Okay, no, I see the potential there, though. I do see it. That's such an interesting one. Jet Wave is also really good. I like Jet Wave. That's a classic. I think shipping Sonic characters with humans is super finicky. Because, like, people hated Chris Thorndike from Sonic X. People absolutely despised Chris Thorndike. People absolutely despised Elise from Sonic 06. But in the same breath, those same people absolutely love Topaz, who is the human detective, the human FBI agent in Sonic X. She ends up being teamed up with Rouge the Bat for, like, official gun business, right? And it's basically like a, not enemies to lovers, but like rivals to lovers kind of situation, because you've got the FBI agent or the gun agent pairing up with the jewel thief, and people go absolutely nuts. People love Topaz X Rouge the Bat, and I'm one of them. I love Topaz X Rouge the Bat. It is so cute. I love it. It's awesome. But I just think it's really funny that the people who love Topaz and Rouge absolutely hate Sonic and Elise. And granted, I can understand the argument. I'm someone who, like, Sonic and Elise is not my favorite. I wouldn't even put it on my list of, like, top 50 ships, but I just think it's so funny that the loudest advocates for Rouge X Topaz are also the loudest people against Elise and Sonic. Like, come on, guys. Doesn't she make a handcuff joke in the Japanese version? Yeah, she makes a BDSM joke when Topaz puts her in handcuffs. Yeah, she does. What was the Sonic game where he was a knight? Sonic and the Black Knight. Which has probably one of the hardest intro themes that I have ever heard. It goes so good. There's actually a really interesting little tidbit about Sonic and the Black Knight. So Sonic and the Black Knight came out after Sonic Unleashed. And if you play through Sonic Unleashed, before you beat Eggman Land, you can talk to Amy Rose. And Amy says something about, like, oh, maybe we'll go on a date when the world is put back together, or something like that. And you can either say yes or no to that thing. A lot of people picked yes. And they were like, oh my god, really? Like, you mean it? Let's do it. So, and she gets, like, all excited because you guys are gonna go on a date when the world is put back together. At the start of Sonic and the Black Knight, when he gets teleported into, like, that world, he falls from the sky and he's holding 2 chili dogs. And then, like, at the end of the game, when he, like, goes back to his home world, he makes an off comment about how Amy is gonna be really mad at him when he goes back. And so the fan theory is that the canon answer to that question in Sonic Unleashed is yes, Sonic does canonically agree to go on a date with Amy Rose, and he was in the middle of his date with Amy when he got teleported into the world of Sonic and the Black Knight. So Amy thinks that Sonic ghosted her in the middle of their date, when in reality, he fully planned to go out on that date, he just got teleported. And, like, the off comment and the 2 chili dogs he's holding kind of is, like, the main, like, evidence for that theory. And honestly, I'll believe it. I think that's really funny. It didn't help that Rouge's first conversation with Topaz involved BDSM. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I grew up with Sonic as my big brother, basically. The Sonic franchise is 1 year older than me. I basically grew up with Sonic being that for me as well. Granted, I was born in 2000, but, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I didn't get to play a lot of the games that came out as I was growing up. My parents had pirated, like, games on old consoles that I would play, so while Sonic Adventure 2 was coming out, I was playing the, like, Sonic 1 and 2 on, like, my Xbox, you know? I was playing the original games while, like, the 3D era was starting, so yeah. It was so interesting. Sonic just can't catch a break some days. Sonic just can't catch a break ever. But the thing is, I don't really think he wants to. His whole personality, at least before IDW, his whole personality was like, he just wanted to go where the adventure was. He wasn't really supposed to be a traditional hero. He wasn't really supposed to be like, oh, I have to do the right thing because that's the heroic thing to do. He was just, hey, I want to have an adventure. I want to have a good time. I want the people around me to be having a good time, you know? Like, I don't know. I've had this conversation with my partner, but I really enjoyed the way IDW was writing Sonic at first, but it kind of feels like he's slowly losing those tiny personality traits that made him unique from every other superhero, because he wasn't a superhero, you know? And they're kind of trying to turn him into a superhero. Speaking of superheroes, did you know that Sonic the Hedgehog is now canonically faster than the Flash? The official Sonic the Hedgehog and DC, like, Heroes collab has come out, and Sonic is canonically faster than the Flash, at least in those comics. I said that to my partner, and my partner was like, yeah, I can accept that, but like, it doesn't make sense when you look at the Flash's canon. And I was like, yeah, probably not, but the way they showed it off was really cool. I haven't read the comic, so I don't know if that was like just a one-off like race or if it's like official. But yeah, Sonic's faster than the Flash now. Let me see if I can find... There was like 2 panels that I saw. I haven't read the whole comic. I would love to get my hands on it, but unfortunately I don't think I will. But there were these 2 panels that went crazy. Here. I found it. So let me pull this up. Actually, no, let me pull it up like properly. We'll bring this back. I will I have so many tabs open, chat. You have no idea. Minimize Clip Studio for a second. I know it's gonna affect the way the stream looks, but bear with me. That is such a long name for a picture. Pop this here. Where's this thing? Image. I'll just add a new one. Image. Quick access. Oh no, it's not there. What is it called? Okay, Sonic. Where's my desktop? So it's in the S section. F, G, P, S. Alright, this is it. These are the panels. This is the page. So he goes, listen kid, I'm the Flash. I'm speed personified, as he like runs past Sonic, and then Sonic absolutely leaves him in the dust and he says, then I'm speed perfected. And it's so cringe, but it also goes so fucking hard, you know? Like, it's so interesting that they made that decision. But yeah, he's canonically faster than the Flash. I guess he just chooses not to be in his own universe, considering what the Flash is canonically capable of. The only way it would make sense is if Sonic, like, deliberately chooses not to use his full speed majority of the time, you know? I don't know, man. It's confusing, but it's cool. I'm officially out of tea. Sonic is one of those thrill seekers. He would readily jump out of a plane without a parachute. He has an addiction to danger. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the Sonic that I fell in love with, honestly. When I was younger, I used to actually look up to Sonic a lot because of his, like, he, to put it bluntly, what he said in Sonic Adventure 2, what you see is what you get. Just a guy who loves adventure, you know? And it's just so cool. It was so cool and chill, you know? And I like what IDW did for a lot of the characters, but I think over time, they're slowly losing what it means to be Sonic, you know what I mean? I haven't read any of the newer stuff, so maybe that is an incorrect statement to make. But from what I've seen, they're like slowly losing what it means to be Sonic. And I think it started, honestly, when they introduced Surge, and when Surge and Sonic had their first fight, when Sonic's talking to them, and he's like, I want you to realize your true potential, I know you're better than this, and blah 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 blah. And like, Sonic's never been the kind to give those kind of speeches. If anything, it would have been Amy. But Sonic literally just likes a challenge, you know? He would have seen Surge as a rival. He would have toyed with Surge as he, like, basically beat the shit out of her. He doesn't have this moral, grandstanding, like, personality to him. And I really do think that that's when the mischaracterization of Sonic in IDW started. Again, maybe they've corrected it in the newer material and I just haven't seen it. Because I haven't read the newer material. I really hope that's the case. But yeah. I don't know. I used to be the biggest, like, IDW cocksucker. I was so excited for IDW. Their Metal Virus arc is, like, probably one of my favorites in, like, Sonic comic history. But I don't know, they're kind of losing me a little bit. I need to take time to read the new material, honestly. Especially since IDW has a different contract to what Archie did, which means that all the stuff that happens in the IDW comics is effectively canon, so I really should get back into them and get up to date. Sega mind controls Sonic. Honestly, sometimes it feels like that. It feels like they're like deliberately mischaracterizing him for a Western audience. Because in Japan, his personality hasn't changed. In Japan, he's still the same funky little guy. It's basically whenever Ian Flynn translates the Japanese stuff to English, it gets a little weird. Like, I don't particularly like the direction they've been taking Amy Rose in, either. But that's probably a conversation for another time. Maybe when I'm up to date with the comics, I can have a proper, like, we can do a proper IDW Sonic rant. Hang on, one more. There we go, that's a bit better. I'll pop this up a bit higher. Yippee! I'm falling asleep. I'm sorry, but staying up is really hard right now. No, that's okay, go to sleep. We haven't got much time left in the stream anyway. We've got like 35 minutes. Go sweepy night-nights. Have a good night, Rogue. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you did. We appreciate you, man. I was actually thinking about wrapping up early because I'm out of tea and my throat really hurts. But if I wrap up early, that means I won't have finished the lineup. And we still have the face, the leg, and like tiny remains of the couch. I'm only doing this part of the couch now because it overlaps the character that we're currently drawing. And I just want to get it all out of the way. I generally speaking like to do the lineup for the elements in the front first. Sometimes I won't, and I'll do the background element first, but for the most part, I like to do the front. Okay. And then, like, maybe just for simplicity's sake, I'll do this part as well. Which is, like, here. Here I am with Jet the Hawk, Wave the Swallow, Storm the Albatross, and a giant pile of money. God, that sounds nice. I've been working on, not really working on, it's kind of like just a little guilty pleasure of mine. I've been thinking up of a Sonimi fanfic, like edgy Sonimi fanfic that will probably never be written. It will forever live in the crevices of my brain. But it's, what can I say? It's edgy Son Amy. It's supposed to take place after Sonic Frontiers. And it plays out over the span of like years. But TLDR, Amy leaves Sonic behind. Sonic gets really caught up about it, and shenanigans ensue. Is basically it. Also, sorry, talking about my fanfic reminded me, there's a Shad Amy fanfic that's been going around lately, and even though I'm not a really big fan of Shad Amy, I really, really like the premise that this fanfic has taken. I believe it's called The Shadow He Left Behind, I think is what it's called. And the general premise is that Sonic is, I think he's dead? I haven't read the fic yet, because the fic was based off of an animation meme that an artist made, and this author got so inspired that they decided to write an entire fanfic based off of this animation meme. And now I think the artist and the animator are like working together on the fanfic, I think. But the entire premise was that I believe Sonic is dead, and Amy basically has like a mental collapse over it. She doesn't really know how to process that Sonic is gone, and her mind is like so broken that like when Shadow comes over to like kind of see how she is and check on her, she doesn't see Shadow, she sees Sonic, and Shadow, not knowing what to do, just kinda lets her believe that he's Sonic, and they start a relationship, and Shadow genuinely falls in love with Amy, but he knows that their relationship is built on a lie because she thinks that she's dating Sonic. It is such an interesting concept. I believe the fic is called The Shadow He Left Behind. I really want to start reading it. It looks really interesting. So yeah, I know I said earlier I'm not the biggest Shad Amy fan, but I can see the potential that is Shad Amy. Especially if it's written as like a psychological horror like that. That's awesome. You got slapped with 4 ads? Well, the easiest way to not get slapped by ads is to consider subscribing. Sorry. I always do it when someone mentions the ads. Alright, that's the gut, so that needs to go away as well. I think we're gonna do this. I think that makes sense because that part of the belt won't even be seen because the tummy covers it up. Yes. Yes. There we go. Awesome. Alright. I came back as you read the one about ads. Perfect timing. Got Amazon Prime. Don't forget to use your Prime to subscribe every month. Oh my god, Jake. I appreciate the shilling, my guys. It means a lot to me that you guys care enough not only to use your Prime to subscribe every month, but then to also try and like shill and get other people to use their Amazon Prime to subscribe. It's awesome. Makes me feel like a real streamer, for real, for real. Ooh. I heard something behind me. I was like, what the fuck? It's my cat trying to go outside. Alright. We're getting there, we're getting there. It's equal parts to support you and equal parts to spite Bezos. It's very true. It is very true. Using your Amazon Prime to subscribe means that not only are you supporting me, but you're stealing money from Amazon. So really, what better way to spend Amazon's money than to give it to me? Alright, before we move on, I'm gonna do these little fluff bits. I'm on raccoon time with that kind of thing. Amazon and all the other stuff is too pricey at the moment. That is more than fair though. Honestly. I get it. I understand completely. Oops, 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 oops. There we go. Look at these little tufts of fluff. Oh, very cute. Wait, what else is... Oh, that's right. I was drawing the pants on a completely separate layer. That makes sense. I was looking at my layers and I was like, what the fuck? What is this layering? No, I see it now. There we go. Oh, oh, not quite. There we go. Easy peasy. There we go. And then now, I think all three of these layers can go together. Yes. Almost done with the line art, chat. Okay. Now we'll do the feet. Should I cheat and copy paste the foot again? I think I will. I don't think they'll care that I drew the foot once and then copy pasted it like 6 times. There. Easy. Oh wait, I shouldn't have done that yet. I should have done this first. There we go. Now I can merge those. There we go. There we go, chat. I don't think I'll finish the line art. Best case scenario, I'll probably get most of the way through this character's hat and their hair. I don't think it'll be finished, which is unfortunate, but we still made a lot of progress tonight, and I didn't get distracted nearly as much as I did last week, which is fantastic. Getting better at staying focused on my commission work while I'm streaming. Alright, that's one. Nothing to do with your stream, but I took melanin before finding you, and it's finally kicking in, and it's making me sleepy. Oh no, that's okay. Go to sleep. Have a lovely night. Thanks for joining us. I just took that sippy, by the way. I'm out of tea, so it had to be a sip of water. That's the back of their other foot. I can't forget that. It's the back of this foot here. There we go. Good night. Good night, have a good sleep. We probably won't be around for much longer anyway. Maybe like 20-ish minutes. Just a really nice chill night. Finishing the last of my line art. Hopefully finishing the last of my line art. I don't think so. I'll definitely won't get to the couch. Maybe I can do this within 20 minutes? Just realized. Didn't do the cat's ear in here. There we go. And I'll do the face while I'm here too. Oops, and go up, around, and down. Nice. Welcome back inside, my son. My cat likes to go outside when it's nighttime. Likes to people watch. He's getting more and more confident about staying out on the balcony when there's strangers in the courtyard. He's very shy with people, very, very scared of people. But I think he's realized now that if they're in the courtyard, they can't reach him on the balcony. So sometimes he'll sit out there and he'll watch the people going nearby. Hi! Do you want to wait 20 minutes and then I'll give you your playtime and your cuddles? Can you wait 20 minutes for me? Yeah? You do that for me, baby? You wait 20 minutes? I don't think he understands the concept of time, unfortunately. Nice. No, Nemi, baby. Come on, sweet pea. I'll give you all the cuddles and all the playtime you want in 20 minutes. Hey, baby. Alright, I gave him scritches. I think he'll be satisfied until the end of the stream. My cat loves personal attention. Oh! Oh! I thought my scritchies would be enough. Come on, Bub. I really, really want to finish this lineup before the stream ends, and you're making that difficult for me. Alright, I think that will do. It's very difficult to get curves like this to have line variation that I like. I'm always experimenting with how I get these kind of curved lines to look. I think this will do. Okay, what I'm thinking is keep it in, let it taper out like that. I have a couple of alternative ideas because I really don't like how that came out. So we'll do that. And then we'll come up from here and just kind of taper it inwards this way. That might look better. I'm not for certain though. Oh yeah, that looks better. I like that more. My cat's just sitting right next to me on the floor, patiently waiting for his turn to have cuddles. Your time will come, small child. Okay, yeah, that looks significantly better. And then this band on the top. Honestly, we could probably leave without line variation. I think that top one is fine. For this... There we go. I think that'll do. It's so difficult to focus on my line art when at the corner of my eye I can see my cat staring at me. Yeah, I'm talking about you. I don't think the microphone picked up your meow. You're very soft-spoken, baby. Playtime will come. Your playtime will come, sweet pea. Alright. Ah, no! Come on, baby. I'm not gonna be able to finish the line art like I wanted if you keep bothering me like this. Can you wait 15 minutes? Go on. Thank you. Sorry, he gets really needy and affectionate at night, and I will give him his place. He just has to wait until my stream is done. There we go. Ooh, not quite the angle I want. Let's go... Oh, nope, not that either. Let's try and meet in the middle this way. Yeah, that works. Alright, so now for... Oh, I don't think that's even, actually. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. I can even it out. On this side, I'll do the taper inwards, and then on the other side, I'll do the taper outwards, and it should even out. There we go. Nice, 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 nice. And then on this side, I'll taper it outwards. But let me color this first. Oh, do you think that's too thick? Actually, no, I think that's fine. It's a bit on the thick side, but it's fine. If anything, I might just trim it down a tiny bit. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Alright, now... Here? Oh, no, not quite. Maybe... Here. Yeah. And then we can bring this... kind of thick. So what I might do is I might taper some of it out here. And then a tiny, tiny bit of it inwards. Just a tiny smidgen. Just a couple pixels. There we go. I don't normally fix my line variation this way. I'll usually just redraw the first line, but sometimes it's easier to just kind of treat it like a piece of clay and like add and take away from it with the eraser until it works. Like, I think that's okay. I'm gonna do the ear on a separate layer because I'm just gonna copy paste the ear onto the other side because they're symmetrical. Yeah, that'll do. That's fine. I had to think about that for a second. There we go. I can hear my cat crying. Oh, my poor baby. Soon. I have what, 13 minutes? I have 13 minutes to finish the line art. I don't think it'll get done, but I'm gonna try. Alright, there we go. That's the outside of the ear. Now we can draw the inside. There we go. Almost there, almost there. What a cute looking ear. There's actually such a cute ear design. I really like this. There we go. We'll leave the inner ear line variation kind of on the thinner side. Alright, there we go. Now I can just copy paste this ear. Flick. Yeah. Maybe we'll bring it in like a pixel. There we go. Easy. This is also the character with the most detailed hair. Actually, I think this character in general is just the most detailed in the piece. Not complaining. I'm just stating because it probably means I'm not gonna be able to finish tonight, but that's okay. If I can get enough of it done so that I can reasonably finish the piece tomorrow, that would be really nice. That's the main goal. Then I have one extra slot on my commission list because it'll be finished. I know you guys probably can't hear him because of my microphone's suppression, but he's meowing so much right now. Alright, there we go. Slowly, slowly getting there. The kitten I'm watching just squeaks at me. Yeah, Nemi doesn't meow properly either. Nemi squeaks. Sometimes he can let out a proper meow, but it's not very often. He's really good at howling though. When he's really lonely, or like you've closed the door and he knows you're on the other side of the door, he just starts howling. The only time, like, Nemi, he can make a lot of noise, but even when he does make a lot of noise, it's still, like, on the quiet, squeaky side. Like, compared to a normal cat, when Nemi's at his loudest, he's still, like, quieter than an average cat. He's learnt to do most of his communication through body language. He's trying to be more vocal these days. I don't know why, but he is trying to be more vocal these days. Most of the time he does, however, just kind of rely on his body language. Alright. Oh, we got 9 minutes. I think best case scenario, I'll be able to finish the hair but the face and the couch will not be done, which is fine. It won't take me very long to do that tomorrow. It just would have been nice to finish tonight. There we go. And then we can fill this in up here. Cute. If I do say so myself. Go, and then this comes into a, oh, not quite like that, kind of like that. Yeah, this comes into a curl. Goodness, I'm gonna have to rest my hand for a little bit after the stream. My goodness. I don't think I've done line art for... Or actually, no, that's a lie. We did it for 4 hours straight last week. But, like... my hand's not used to doing line art for 4 hours straight. There you go. Oh, not quite, not quite, not quite. There you go. Just some happy little lines coming together to make a nice picture. There we go. Time. Okay, maybe I will have time to do the face. The hair didn't take as long as I thought it would. Maybe I do have time to do the face. The couch, definitely not. But if I can get the face done, then that's like the biggest, like, bulkiest part of this, like, drawing. There we go. And then this comes in like that. Nice, 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 nice. Then this will come out, and then in and down. Hell yeah. I want it to come out a bit more so that it looks a bit more symmetrical, because this is not super symmetrical, but it's fine. Go, 2 lines. Oh! I forgot that I gave this character really cunty eyes. There we go. So we'll just bucket 2 of these. It'll be just that little bit easier. On my wrist, at least. There we go. Time for the eyeball. Oops, that is not a very good shaped eyeball. There we go, that's better. Oops. This is also the first character where I've given them an iris that's got like disconnected shapes. Like, I might draw characters that have like a hole in their iris, but like for the most part it's all one solid shape. This is the first time I've given them, like, for example, the paw like that. Okay, 4 minutes, speedrun the couch, let's go. I won't get very far speedrunning the couch, but the further I can get, the easier it'll be for me tomorrow. That's kind of my whole mentality right now. we go. And then all this bit, I'll make my eraser huge for this. These bits can go. These bits can go. Excellent, excellent. Oops. We'll bring it from like here. There we go. That looks like that'll be alright. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. We'll do this leg of the couch. Oh, I don't think that's even. That looks better. Oops. Forgot that my eraser was huge. Okay, there we go. How did I do the last one? Was it thick at the top? No, it was thin at the top. Thick at the bottom. There we go. Race against the clock, chat. Can we do it? Probably not, but we'll get pretty darn far trying. Yeah, I think that's fair. This bit here, we'll probably do the same thing. Little cave in, like that. This part of the lineup will be really thick, but it'll probably look cool. Probably. Yeah, I think that looks cool. Alright. Oh, goodness. My arm really hurts. My hand's not used to doing lineup for this long, chat. It should be, considering we did this last week, but alas. I have weak arms. Alright. We technically have a minute, but I don't think I'll be able to do the whole back bit of the couch in like a minute. So we've got that tiny back seat part of the couch. Otherwise, the line out is done. Whew. Alright. I'm probably going to take time to finish this tomorrow. I'm too tired to finish it off stream tonight. That is all we have time for, people. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for everyone who stuck around, honestly. I never suspect my art streams to do as well as they do. But I appreciate every single one of you for sticking around. So stay warm, stay cozy, stay toasty. If you sneezed during the stream at all, bless you. And I'll see you tomorrow when we go through Silent Hill Ascension. Again. Oh, that show is so torturous. Alright. Good night, everyone.